I'll make a podium. Buzz. Buzzer. Are we checking? Imagine automatic thinking. Not keep up out.
If I get live. Yeah? It's iPad. Very hard.
I write God. Yeah, this is better.
222. Good. Also online. Ufuna iplan yokubiza abantu ukuthi singene. Yeah, Abilene? Can you summon everyone in? I was saying if we can summon,
Yeah.
if we can summon delegates to come through.
Will you eating the?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I just want to take. If they open bottles, there, I just want to take it off.
Oh yeah.
Okay, it's fine. Yeah.
It should be now. Try to call people in. Yeah. Where you summon them in?
Just
investing in women and girls is indisputably the best pathway to the achievement of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals to promote peace and security and gender equality. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to remember that when more women are economically empowered, economies grow. Where women are equally represented in government, governance thrives. And where women are free to live their lives without the perpetual threat of violence, families flourish and businesses benefit. So let's sail ahead with confidence, knowing that diversity is our strength and the seas of opportunity are vast when women are at the table and a part of the conversations showcasing Africa's blue economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well said. Absolutely. Oh, brilliant. Thank you very much, Advocate Gangen from Worcester, and another round of applause for her. Brilliant one. Wonderful, wonderful. May I therefore proceed with the program for the second plenary session by calling on stage the facilitator, who is the chairman of Africa Oceans Council, Mr. Mlamuli Buthelezi, and he will be joined on stage by Mr. Imed Zamet. Mr. Zamet, come through, please. And of course, a well-known old friend, Mr. Yanni Roof from Bidvest. And it certainly is a delight of mine to see you once again with Mr. Mzamo. Wonderful, delightful to see you once again come through and join us on stage. Importantly also with these dialogues, it's important to really latch on to the anticipation of how funding can be harnessed, particularly from the private sector. And with that regard, we have Mr. Niron Rampersad, who is an executive of trade at Nedbank. Niron, please join us. We'll be most grateful. And let me get off the stage and invite Mr. Mlamuli Buthelezi, as chairman of Africa Oceans Council, to lead the plenary. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Pumi, and indeed, a word of welcome again to the panelists, and the subject at hand really being the subject up. Basically, to look at ways of how we can leverage all of this for higher GDP growth, how we can unlock financing in this area. I think much has been said earlier about how do we get moving. Because I think what should differentiate this kind of conference is the extent to which we're able to make a difference in this particular space. So I think the issue of also it being a continental, conference, also is about how do we leverage all of this, the markets at a continental level, and to be able to, even the industries that exist in countries at the moment, to be able to become a force, first and foremost at a continental level. It coincides well with the period of the African Continental Free Trade Area. And so what does the African Continental Free Trade Area means in terms of the maritime sphere? And how do we use, the ease of connectivity that the maritime brings? Because I think much has been said about what's happening on the land side of the continent. A lot of infrastructure needs to be developed. Railways are not connected within the continent. Road as well, is limited. You can't get on a train in Johannesburg and go to Dar es Salaam, but you can get on a ship in Johannesburg and go to Dar es Salaam. And so I think it is with that in mind. So I think to turn to my panelists is to basically ask you to give me your thoughts, and your opening words about this thing, of how do we secure innovative financing, how do we invest in Africa's maritime transport sector, infrastructure services. Infrastructure is a huge area. And remember, it's not just the sea. I think Commander did touch on the issue of it's the sea and it's the waterways. And we've got the biggest waterways, again, as the continent. Not much has been done in terms of infrastructure and infrastructure financing. It is a very informal sector in terms of the ferries that run on the big rivers of the continent. How do we unlock this for the prosperity of the continent? I think, let me start with Niron on that side, just to give us your thoughts, Niron is from Nedbank. Just to give us your thoughts of what should happen in that space. I think there is a microphone, or is there a microphone there? Or you can come here meanwhile.
Morning, everyone, and thank you. Definitely an honor to talk to you today around Nedbank and how we try and assist the maritime industry as well as our clients in the logistics and transportation industries around facilitating the movement of goods across SA, Africa, and internationally. So what do we try and do as Nedbank? We try and help our counterparts, our clients, in every way, shape, and form to move these goods. And that's across all sectors and segments in the market. So we have a team of trade finance experts in commercial banking as well as in corporate investment banking to help facilitate some of these trade. And often, what we have is that clients are not aware of some of the solutions that we may have. And that's quite concerning because there are quite a lot of solutions. And the solutions, if I try and highlight them, are in two main buckets. One is risk mitigation. So how do we help you manage your risk in movement of goods across SA and internationally? Secondly, how do we help you fund these goods? And so often clients avail of these common funding solutions such as overdrafts and not aware of the solutions, other solutions that we provide through to you. And I'm sure you've heard some of the stats. We talk about a 3 trillion maritime industry. We talk about a 2.5 trillion trade finance gap, of which we as a bank are able to bridge that gap individually. What does that mean? Is that often we have to look at partnerships. So partnerships with development finance industries, partnership with insurance, and you can see there's a common thread from what we've spoken earlier in the morning to now. So banks, together with these other funders, help provide solutions for you as clients to mitigate your risk and fund your businesses, effectively growing trade across these markets. As you know, 80 to 90% of this freight, as we've said, is ocean. Unfortunately, only 8% of international trade is through inter-Africa. So what has the African Free Continental Trade Agreement done? It's there to help bridge these borders. However, there are still huge infrastructure, huge challenges across Africa that we still need to solve for. And one of that can be solved by actually looking at how we use digitization, how do we use these partnerships to help bridge the gaps better? Because if we don't do that, what's going to happen is that we are unable to fund our clients and fund our businesses more effectively. So I spoke about partnerships a bit earlier. So we've done a lot of work with freight forwarding and logistics companies around how do we partner and how do we help assist trade, how do we assist international flow of goods and services. Most recently, one of the partnerships that we signed, a very strategic partners, was with DP World. DP World is one of the largest international suppliers, local logistics and trade finance platform providers in the market. And our partnership effectively was twofold. One was as a platform provider, they provide supply chain finance platforms. Secondly, as a co-financier. So often, like I said earlier, a bank may not be able to provide solutions for all clients, but would more clients with solutions around how to mitigate their risks. So if there's any interest around that, happy to talk further around some of it. I don't want to monopolize the stage, but I think that effectively what we're trying to do as Nedbank Corporate Investment Banking is to say, how do we help our clients facilitate more these movement of goods, and how do we stimulate the industry? We spoke a little bit about Incoterms and so forth earlier, and so there's many different Incoterms we can give support to in terms of how to fund, when does risk and rewards transfer, how do you mitigate the risk?
Thanks for that, Niron. And oftentimes we've had financing is there are just not good projects on the table. And I think it is to bridge that gap, that the expectation in terms of what we should put on the table before a financier, is what should pass the first time. And that's how we gain momentum to turn these projects into reality. That I think we speak the maritime language on one side, there's the expectations of the financial institutions on the other side. That does the left hand know exactly what the right hand is wanting, and to make it absolutely clear to everybody, that if you bring it and it's packaged like this, it is going to go through our deals committees and all those committees that sit within banks. But thanks for that, for intro there, Niron. I think I'll move over to Yanni. I mean, Yanni, of course, we know Yanni. And to also give us his opening thoughts in this regard.
Good morning, everyone. I've got thank you very much. A presentation that I want to show as part of a little talk. So I realized that the name of the organization starts with Africa, not South Africa. And when I was asked to talk, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement was mentioned and so on. Now, I don't know enough about Africa as a whole to talk about that, but I have had some experience of the broader SADC region. And obviously that's where, if one is talking about moving goods and so on within Africa, if you're sitting at the southern tip as a South African, those are the countries that you have to look at first. There's 17 of them and includes some islands. Okay, they're far away, I'm not going to talk about those. But the sort of one on the bottom half of the continent are important, okay? And I just want to talk about some of the problems and some of the nice, exciting developments that are happening. Okay, so the first thing to note there is the countries are at vastly different stages of development. Botswana and South Africa and Namibia are high middle income countries. If you look at that graph, you can see that they their development track each other. Really, Botswana and Namibia are just big farms. And, they're very closely integrated with South Africa. Angola started getting very rich, but it was all dependent on oil. So when the oil price fell, they experienced a lot of growth problems, but that's recovering a bit, but they're fairly rich. And just to put this in context, when I say we're rich, we're 14 times richer than Mozambique or the DRC, which are very poor countries. Then Zimbabwe has been a sad story for 20 years because really it should have been going up there, coming close to South Africa, but it's had big inflation incidents, and then there were political issues, blah, blah, blah. And that's actually very sad because the potential of the place is huge. And then you've got the poorer countries at the bottom, Tanzania, which is doing really well as a country, although it's been very poor, but there's a lot going on, and everything is getting stronger. Mozambique obviously was once in the 90s after its civil war the poorest country in the world. But then it started growing very nicely, and there were a lot of big projects, aluminium and the coal fields, etc., that helped to stimulate growth, and everything went nicely. And then it went a bit pear-shaped in about 2015 when they discovered that they had a hell of a debt problem and the government couldn't pay its debts. So that's Mozambique on the poor side. Malawi is extremely poor. And then you have the DRC that's very poor. Okay. Also the populations are vastly different. That's a map that somebody drew from 2018, and he matched the size of the country instead of using the borders, just the population. And as you can see from that, by far the biggest country, okay, it's also in size, but in terms of population is the DRC, which has now over 100 million people. Tanzania is also a really big place. I think its population is now bigger than South Africa. South Africa is quite big, and then you have Mozambique that are big, and as I say, like Namibia and Botswana, little pinpricks. Yeah, so very different countries, etc. And hence the development challenges are very different, and yeah. Okay, one of the things, and obviously that's the aim of trade and why governments invest in corridors and in trade infrastructure, is because trade makes countries richer. And that's a plot. You can see countries over 70 years, the ones that have traded a lot with each other, like Korea and China and those ones, they've grown very fast. And people that have it less trade, less open, they haven't grown as well. It's obviously a bit of a problem now that the world is kind of moving away from free trade, but that's reality. So trade is good for economic growth, lifting people out of poverty. So what are the problems that we face in SADC? Well, the first problem is that we're far away from everywhere, from anywhere in the world, and the further away you are, the more expensive things become, so that's a trade barrier. And the other problem is that there's not much trade happening in between these countries. So only about 20% of SADC trade is internal. You compare that to Asia, where it's like 40%, Europe at 60% countries trading amongst themselves. Very little here. That's partly a reflection of the different income levels. But one of the things you've got to try and do is trade more with each other. And going back to Zimbabwe, why that's a pity. So from a South African perspective, if they got richer and really grew fast, we'd be selling them a lot more stuff. And if we could do that, that enhances our growth. So it's good to see these things as a pot. You've got to get everybody to start growing, to start economically developing, because at the end of the day, that makes everyone richer. There's two big barriers, and the one is obviously infrastructure. So the road network, there is a road network, but it's of varying quality. The roads in South Africa, yeah, they're congested, but they're great, okay? They're good in the high-income countries like Namibia, they're excellent, Botswana, etc. But as you get poorer, one of the things that happens is the road gets worse. And obviously that's a big issue. And the other thing about the roads are obviously they're long. So that makes things expensive, it makes trucking expensive. So because it's big, a lot of stuff should be moving by rail, because rail really works if it goes far. But the rail networks everywhere is deteriorating. South Africa's got a great one, but it's deteriorated. And that's basically the situation everywhere. And then finally, we've got the ports, and those ports have grown in volumes and blah, blah, blah. But if you look at the sort of performance measures, none of them, if you compare them to other places in the world, they all, in terms of efficiencies and so on, performing badly. In terms of basic efficiency measures. And obviously, ports cost a lot of money in terms of the whole value chain. The cost of the port is quite high. So port efficiencies are a problem. Those aren't the only problems. Along with that infrastructure, you need institutions and regulations. So one of the things that limits internal thing is different customs processes, different road regulations. I mean, ideally, what these countries should be doing is all sitting down and say, hey, we'll have the same axle load limits everywhere. So a truck can travel around anywhere and be inside the law and so on. So there's a lot of regulatory coordination that needs to take place, but obviously the resources to do that is limited. Okay, enough of the negative stuff. So some of the big developments that are, or very significant ones that are taking place, probably The most significant one is this creation of the Lobito corridor, which aims to connect the copper belt, the Central African copper belt, to the West African coast via the shortest route, which is to the port of Lobito, which is a quiet and fairly small port in Angola, but that's the shortest distance to the sea. And it's heavily pushed by the Biden administration and so on in the US. They sort of, I think it's part of the geopolitical conflict. They said China's got too many projects in Africa. We got to do one, and it's a good one. The irony of it all is that the actual railway itself was refurbished over the last 15 years through a Chinese loan to the Angolan government, to the Benguela railway line, but not much has happened. So what the Angolan government then set up and do, and they gave out a concession to a JV, which comprises one of the largest, Trafigura, which is one of the largest metals traders in the world, at Glencore, and then a big Portuguese construction company, and then a European rail operator that actually started in South Africa, so there's South African involvement there. And they are now going to buy the locos and the rolling stock, and they will run that place for the next 50 years, basically. They've got a concession to run that rail line to the sea, and then they concession the whole port out to Africa Global Ports, which is a subsidiary, logistics subsidiary of Mediterranean Shipping Company. So they've got some big players involved there. And this thing will now compete with, this thing will now compete with other corridor routes. So the minerals there are hell of a strategic. The DRC has got like the best copper in the world, huge resources. But the problem has been getting it out, and it's a green economy metal, and there's also cobalt. So you can see it's that a need for resources of the future that will be required in the future that is driving this. Currently, as we stand, Dar es Salaam handles most of it, and then Durban handles the second most, and there's a little bit also going to Namibia. Obviously, this development now threatens those corridor routes, but they're not stopping there. By 29, they'll also have built another 1,500 kilometer of rail line that the US government, the European Union, the African Development Bank are financing to go. What they've got now goes to DRC, but they're now going to push that through also to the Zambian Copperbelt side. And the idea is there that it'll make a whole lot of previously marginal copper projects in Zambia viable because their costs will be lower, etc. And there's also lots of other spin-off benefits in agriculture because these countries have potentially very rich agriculture that they're trying to target. So it's obviously serious competitors, and as I said before, Dar es Salaam is currently the biggest player with Durban second biggest, so this thing is obviously going to eat their lunch. So the Tanzanians and the Zambians on that corridor, I think, have been quite good and are looking at ways to improve things. Very developmentally oriented, the governments, etc. And for the last 8 years, the Port of Dar es Salaam have had this upgrading scheme on the go, which is very much, I don't know if people here work in the port in Durban, but it's very much like the berth deepenings and so on that's happened here in Maiden Wharf. They deepened a whole lot of berths, dredge support much deeper, and the turning circle, so they're trying to make that better. and with the World Bank loan, and that also looked at trying to improve the operations, except for the container terminal, which is privatized. Those are all state-run and haven't got a great reputation for efficiency, so that's crucial. Then there's another World Bank loan that's looking at the road and is upgrading the border post to make it a sort of one-stop border post with all the custom stuff integrated. So instead of it taking like 3 or 4 days for a truck to get through there, it'll take an hour. That's the idea, obviously, because that lowers your cost tremendously. And then the final thing, because if you look there, you can see, yes, it's far. It's like 2,000 kilometers from there to the border of the DRC. So it's a long way for a truck. No wonder it like takes 30 days. There's a rail line, which is a rail line that was famously built by China in 1975 to give Zambia during the apartheid days a way of exporting its copper. But that thing has fallen into, it's not completely disrepaired, but the line was designed for 5 million tons per annum. And the best year, which was recently in 2022, it did about 450,000, so less than 10%. The rolling stock shortages, and a lot of the track isn't great, and blah, blah, blah. So if you really want to start competing, they're looking to revitalizing that thing. And just the other day, there was an MOU signed between the Chinese government and the governments of Zambia and Tanzania, where this will be line. China will provide $1 billion to revitalize the infrastructure and the rolling stock. But interestingly, just like on the big American project, what China seems to have said is that we want a private operator that will run the whole show. Currently, it's run as a joint venture between the two governments, and so on the China side, as part of their Belt and Road Initiative, they're also insisting on that private operations should run and ultimately maintain stuff and run it. That's interesting, okay? Now, this has implications for Namibia and for the Port of Walvis Bay. I worked there for a year and I was always astounded. I mean, there's no country that takes SADC corridors as seriously as the Namibians. And they literally saw themselves becoming like the gateway to Southern Africa and a logistics powerhouse. Even though I looked at this lot and I thought, yeah, but you guys are far away from anywhere, man. How are you ever going to achieve this? But that was committed government strategy, and lots of resources put into that in terms of making the road nice for copper trucks and so on to the interior. And then when you got to the Zambian side, no fault of the Zambians, they just don't have money. The roads are in a much worse state, but the Namibian roads are good, so they really tried. But they're a hell of a far away from where they need to be, and now there's this new development. So that's potentially going to hurt their flows. But they've got one good trick up their sleeves. As part of this gateway strategy, Namport built for a lot of money a brand new container terminal in the Port of Walvis Bay for 750,000 TEU, and it's all nice and new and modern. But they only were doing at that stage just over 200,000 boxes a year. And after they built it, there weren't any more containers because there weren't much for a need for them. And this is also something that's happened in the last year, is they've, Namport, which is the Transnet of Namibia, they've now concessioned this whole thing out to a subsidiary of MSC, so Mediterranean Shipping Company involved again, and they'll be running this thing. And they've started dredging. The dredging will start there on 1st of November. So they're dredging the whole channel down to 17 meters. And the whole plan that obviously, I haven't talked to them and they're not going to tell us what their plan is. It's quite obvious what MSC are going to do is they're going to come there with big ships into Walfish Bay, big ships from Asia carrying manufactured goods for Africa. And then they're going to drop them in the port, and smaller ships are going to come and take those containers to the burgeoning African markets. And why are those markets so burgeoning? Because of population. So the big markets are up there in West Africa with Nigeria. What does it say there? It's got 200 million people. It's got more now. This is from 6 years ago. So that's 200 million people. Containers love people. 200 million people. There's lots of people buying stuff from places like Asia and China. And you have the same story, obviously, with the DRC and Angola and so on, and Ghana and places like that. And that's, I would think, is the strategy behind it. But what is nice about that for the Namibians is a lot of those containers will go out on these smaller boats full of stuff, and then they'll be brought back, and a lot of them will be empty. And those empty containers will be in Walfish Bay. And then MSC will say, hey, we'd like somebody to put something into these containers. We'll give you very good rates. No, they're not in the audience. We'll give you very good rates because carrying something is better than carrying nothing. So there'll be lots of connectivity, liner connectivity, I think, as a result of this out of Walfish Bay. Lots of opportunities to get low freight rates, and that, I think, will enable them to draw back some of that cargo from the interior that they've been so desperately trying to get by investing in roads and having corridor groups and, getting their whole logistics industry behind corridor developments and so on. So, yeah. So that's some of the things happening. I decided not to talk about South Africa. But yeah, so just to conclude then, obviously, as you can see, the challenges are massive, okay, because firstly, the distances are so huge. Uneven wealth, but a lot of the countries are extremely poor. So if a country is extremely poor, very hard for that government to go and invest billions in roads and rail or anything like that, with limited financial capacity. But as you can see here, there's interesting things happening. Part of the driving force of that is the minerals, is the search for these critical minerals and controls that great power want over supply chains. I think that's a good thing. I like competition. I don't care if it's China or America, as long as the money's good, is all I think Africa should worry about. And that is driving some of these projects, as we've seen. But what is important, and I think it's a lesson that especially the English-speaking countries, like Tanzania and South Africa, need to learn, is that the private sector participation is really important in rail and in ports. So quite interesting, if you look at the Portuguese-speaking countries in Africa, everything in the port side is private. If you look at the English-speaking ones, they're not. The Namibians have now broken ranks, and besides privatizing or concessioning their container terminal, they're also issuing concessions left, right, and center in the rest of their little harbor. And I think that's vital, is that involvement in operations and bringing that money in by the private sector to creating growth. That needs to happen here. So thank you.
Thanks, Yanni, for that input, and also thanks for bringing through also the land side of logistics, quite strongly what we ought to do as a continent. But I also think that there is some culture issue. You know, the issue of, 12% or somewhere there of intra-Africa trade builds a certain culture. You know, and we are going to have to grow that if we want to get maritime, you know, this being a maritime investment in Indaba, at a continental level to grow and for better trading within the continent. So there is the markets and how the markets play. How significant is Africa in how the markets play? For me, that's where it starts. You know, then the enablement by logistics to get the products to market following demand. That do you have the safest and the most efficient corridors, supply chains, in fact, to be able to give the markets what they want. Because the world looks at how efficient are the supply chains, whether they are going to get coal or copper from the SADC region. You know, they're not interested in your silos within country. They're not interested in your silos within country. They can go and get the same coal, you know, in Australia, Indonesia, in the different parts of the world. They just want, if I place an order in that region, will I get the product out as efficiently as possible? So the supply chain speak is very important. Ports and the maritime world, you know, being the tail end of the outbound logistics. So I submit that there is an issue of the culture, and the culture of a continent that does not trade within itself. That is going to have to change, to lead the change of growing what we do on the maritime side. You know, and it's absolutely important. Then there is also the culture of how do we perform as systems? That are we performing closer to proven capabilities of our logistics systems? Proven capabilities. Because it's got to be a ball game of proven capabilities going forward. Then we're growing. You know, then we're creating room for the maritime sector itself to trade more within Africa. So, but thanks for those inputs. There's the water side, there's the land side. These things are a chain, and they need to work together more efficiently to grow the industry and the business. Next in is Mr. Ahmed Samit. He is a shipping consultant. He's come all the way from Tunisia, but he had to go via outside of Africa to get here. You know, and that also speaks to logistics and the ease of movement. This is one of the issues of the not being a connected continent that was wired to be one market. It is all going to start with transportation and logistics. Otherwise, there's no one market. You know, and that leads us into one common market of Africa. But a word of welcome to you, Mr. Amit, and over to you for your introductory remarks.
Thank you very much, Chairman. First of all, I want to thank you to give me this opportunity to assist at this big event in Africa. For the history, in 2009, I was in Durban here, 15 years ago. Why? We are here with African Union Commission. I was the head of Maritime unit in African Union Commission, and we adopt the charter here in Africa, in South Africa, in Durban. 15 years after, South Africa also invited me to this event for how to implement this African Maritime Charter. We need investment. We need to invest on ports, on roads. Okay. This is the great opportunity. I think that this gives to South Africa to be a leader in maritime issue in Africa. And I hope that we continue this kind of events. Chairman, if I can advise, I can tell that this Africa Maritime investment endeavor will be first session. We need to have another second and third session to discuss together how to invest in Africa and which project we can make investment. I want also to thank you for being here today to discuss and build together the future of the African maritime sector. We are here to seize an exceptional opportunity that transformation that with the right support can stimulate sustainable growth, strengthen regional integration, and propel socio-economic development. As you know, today more than 15% of Africa's trade passes by sea. Due to our strategic geographic location, with coasts open to the Atlantic, the Indian Ocean, and the Mediterranean, Africa is at the heart of global maritime routes. However, despite this potential, African port infrastructure only capture a fraction of global flow of goods. Indeed, they represent barely 7% of global port capacity. It's true that challenges exist. Our port and transport infrastructure is often insufficient to meet the demand of the booming trade. But this is precisely where a huge opportunity lies. Investing in the African maritime sector means not only modernizing infrastructure, but also promoting employment, training, and local expertise. In 2021, intra-African trade volumes increased, notably thanks to the African Continental Free Trade Area, ZLECA in French, which aims to boost international trade in the continent. This is leading to a growing demand for more efficient maritime transport services and better connectivity between African countries. The modernization of ports, the construction of a new terminal, the optimization of maritime supply chain are all projects ready to be implemented. African maritime transport can become one of a driver of economic growth. In West Africa, for example, the ports of Lagos, Tema, and Abidjan are among the most dynamic hubs in the region, recording annual growth rates in maritime traffic sometimes exceeding 10%. In East Africa, the port of Mombasa in Kenya and that of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania are also essential logistics centers that are just waiting to be modernized to meet international standards. Africa is also well positioned to meet the need of the green logistics sector. With the emergence of sustainable technology, we have the opportunity to build a port and maritime transport network that is modern, efficient, and environmentally friendly. Investing in African maritime transport is investing in the future. It is a sector where returns are high, both economically and socially. By increasing the capacity of our ports, developing modern infrastructure, and strengthening local training, we are not only creating thousands of jobs, but also strengthening the continent's competitiveness. Today, we invite you to join us in this adventure. With strong partnership and target investment, we can make Africa a major center of a global maritime trade. And thank you.
Thank you very much, and indeed a word of welcome. The issue of partnerships, around this logistics market at a continent level, how do we enhance it? There is where we are and how we're working right now as the continent of Africa, because the strength of any industry is in the markets. And Africa as a market is significant, but it is a market with a culture of not trading with itself. A culture, nothing technical, culture, of not trading with itself. And when we go around the city yesterday, visiting, as I said, SA shipyards and places like that, it's a revelation that we've got capabilities like this for the continent now. And I'm saying that talking here trade and the logistics market, how do we, as the maritime industry, begin to make this industry be an industry for the continent? Be an industry, because if we begin to think of it as countries again, we cannot have everybody duplicating everything. But at the same time, if you look at the Airbus examples, there's about, 3, 4, or 5 countries that make different components for Airbus. France, Germany, England, etc., that make different parts, and this thing comes back to France to be assembled. So there has been a regional approach in making Airbus. And I'm saying that we've not begun to master plan this at Africa continent. I'm yet to see it, but I put it out there as a matter of thought, and as a matter that we need to design and be able to make what works best for the different regions. So there's the as is, and there's the design and the mapping of the future. And I think just to hear your thoughts, broadly from the different angles, and even indeed from a financing perspective, to say that if we did 1, 2, 3 better, we would move closer to rendering these projects real. Because we've got to shift, as we said up front, from conferences and deliberations to things that get done. And by the time we convene again, in a year or two, we're able to report significant progress. So how do we make the market? I think the pronouncements have been the right pronouncements at a continental level. The African Continental Free Trade Area is the right pronouncement for the continent. And it is saying that we need to trade much better within the continent first. What differentiates China from the rest of the world? Anything they make has a 1.4, 1.5 billion market within country first. By the time it hits the world, it is already big brands. And that's what Africa is not doing and is not leveraging. Let's just hear your thoughts around this again, starting with you, Niron. You can use.
Yeah, this is a very good question. I think partnerships are definitely needed across the continent. I think more of these Indabas like this are definitely needed. And I think we need to have a tactical plan around how we get together more often to bridge the gap in Africa. As banks, we deal with the documentary flow of trade. So we enable trade, but we're looking mainly at documents, right? But for trade to really happen, we do need the infrastructure, like we mentioned, to be in place. And we still have these challenges around infrastructure across Africa. What that means is that, just like the gentleman on my left here, has to fly not directly from Tunisia to South Africa, has to use other routes to travel within Africa. And that's not just for passengers, that's also for goods, right? So if you are an exporter or an importer in Africa, you are dealing more than likely with the East or the West. It's easier, it's less risk right now to be able to deal with that, and the physical time that it takes to move your goods is actually quicker. And so what we need is to be able to invest in infrastructure. We talk about culture as well. I think we need a culture of dealing with Africa, proudly South African culture, where we're buying from each other, buying these goods from each other as opposed to buying goods internationally. One of the biggest imports is clothing internationally, and branded clothing from international suppliers. We need to think about buying more local clothing, supporting our local manufacturing industries and so forth, because as these grow, like we said, there's local economies in China, $1.4, $1.5 billion. How do we create those local economies in Africa to help stimulate more trade? What can banks do? What can financial institutions do? They can help you mitigate your risk, help you lower the risk around these transactions, and also provide innovative funding. And in order to do this, it's not just looking at your balance sheets, not just looking at your financial statements, but by understanding your trade and working capital cycles, they're able to provide solutions that are on balance sheet and off balance sheet. What does that mean? Also solutions provided to you where we take the risk on your buyers. We have solutions where we look at your suppliers. We have solutions where we provide off-balance sheet solutions looking at your off-taker or your buyer, which can help you grow businesses. So I think these partnerships as well are very important as to how we try and solve this culture gap, how we try and solve some of the infrastructure challenges to be able to trade more across Africa as opposed to dealing with the East and the West. Thanks.
Over to you there, Yanni.
I think it's right that somebody said it, that part of the problem is cultural. I think if you want to make a free trade area and intra-trade really work, it involves like each country sort of surrendering some sovereignty because it means that everybody's got to have the same rules. Now, if you look at something like the European Union that really works, you know, the voter sitting in Belgium has got no say about GMO regulations, and neither does the one in Germany. That's decided by a committee at the top, what those regulations should be. You know, it's not decided by the parliament of a country. That's why the British left, because they couldn't cope with it. They couldn't handle it anymore. But that's what, to a degree, you have to have. Problem here is that everybody is competitive, and that's fine, but everybody's got their own country, so they do things their way. And I mean, you can see it in South Africa, okay? Whenever you read these press articles where they complain about Durban or Richards Bay, they say, the volumes through Maputo are growing. They're taking business away from our ports. But, you know, then you look at the map and you say, what's growing through there? And it's stuff that is mined in Mpumalanga, and you can sort of throw a stone and hit the port of Maputo from there. So, I mean, that's logistics. That cargo should be, in my opinion, going through Maputo, because the aim is not, in the first place, to make the port of Durban rich. The aim of the whole process, that's what you're here for, and that makes everybody grow and will make everybody rich, is to make the mining in Mpumalanga very profitable so that plenty of people go and invest there and make more mines. And so you've got to look at it and say, maybe, and this will be a hell of an unpopular opinion. I mean, I doubt if anybody in the room agrees with me, but that's what I believe. You've got to sit and say, we're in this together, and what the common aim is forget you or me. The common aim is to make the hinterland activity, an example that I used, mining, to make that as attractive and as profitable and investable as possible, and then everybody's going to grow and everybody's going to benefit. That's what I believe, but you see it everywhere, that kind of attitude. And so it's going to take a long time. I think it will happen, but it's going to take many, many years of meetings between governments and committees and blah, blah, blah for these things to happen.
Sorry. Donc, for me, I think that for Africa to become an international maritime trade center, several measures can be implemented covering both infrastructure, governance, and economic policy. My colleagues talk about improvement of port infrastructure. We need to do it. We need to modernize also our ports and investing in modern infrastructure to expand the existing ports and build new maritime hubs. We need to use high-tech equipment also, adapt modern technology such as the automatic management system to improve efficiency and reduce operating costs. We need to enhance rail and road services also. We need to also to have some progress on facilitation of trade and simplification of customs in Africa, and we need to harmonize and simplify customs regulation in order to reduce waiting time and streamline trade. Also, we need to support the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area to reduce tariff and non-tariff barrier between African countries. In this point, I think that we don't have any way. We need to connect Africa by maritime corridors. We need to have this link between African countries by setting ships. For example, in Tunisia, I was the CEO of navigation company, and we have in our project to buy container ship and to set the line between Tunis, Algeria, Casablanca, and Dakar, also Lomé. But now we are waiting to have investment, and we don't have the capacity to buy this ship. We need also to strengthen legal framework and governance. Governance of maritime issues in Africa is not do very well, and we need to see and how to make better governance in maritime issue. And I think that we need to have create a fund, a maritime fund in Africa Maritime Fund. This Africa Maritime Fund, we need in Africa Maritime Charter. And until now, we don't have it. I think that the first thing that we can do now in Africa is to ask the African Union Commission and ODANEPAD to create this fund. We can make this fund in Africa. I think that the value of exportation for 2022 is $730 billion. And we can, for each tons of petrol or mineral or gases exporting in Africa, we can put $1 in this fund. And I think that in the end, we can have $1 billion per year, and we can, for this, with this money, we can support the project which are prioritized in the continent. I think that it's all, and
Thank you for that, Imet. I think in conclusion from my side and this session, and we normally say in conclusion 3 times in my culture. You know, in conclusion, basically I think that we need to be good at catching rabbits before we can catch buffaloes. You know, and for me, from the simplest issues like, I can get English tea here if I wanted it. I won't get Kenyan tea. Why? You know, why do we still have that as an issue? To me, that's just one of the simple trade issues that just need to be sorted out. And we cannot, you know, have different rules for Europe and different rules for Africa around tea. Simple issue like tea. You know, that why can't you get Kenyan tea in the ICC in Durban, you know, if you want it? And there are many other examples that we can begin to pick up on the continent and trade within the continent that, oh, okay, you know, even the simplest issues we're not even doing, because as I said up front, I think there's a certain culture as well that needs to be changed. You know, then you can begin to talk about trade and shipping and, you know, seaborne trade and seafarers and all these other issues, and engineering and port and coastal engineering. There I see my port engineers are here, and thanks for coming. You know, and we need to do that. And then secondly, there is the brownfields, there is the greenfields. In managing the brownfields, we've got to manage them the best way we should. And we know how we've run them across the continent. You know, get the systems as you have them to work well. Then you can talk about developing the new. Because if you develop the new, having not built the culture to run things well, still going to give you challenges. You know, the new infrastructure, technologies, and all these things, ships that we bring through, you know, must find us with a culture of running things well. Then I think last but not least is the issue of evolving into the new systems and the new technologies and the cleaning agendas and all these other agendas, you know, of the continent. That we build capabilities that deliver ships that are going to be compliant to all the things that the IMO and decarbonization agendas are telling us about. that we evolve into that, but that is the new. That I think when we do that, then we've set the platform, for growth of GDPs, for growth of economies, for a continent that trades more vibrantly within. I'll hand it back to the facilitator, Pumi. But thanks to my esteemed panel for the inputs and the contributions. They will be here for discussions, I think, as we break for lunches, etc. Thanks. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. A round of applause right there, right on cue, and thank you very much for that indulgence. Perhaps being mindful that we've got on about 10, 12 minutes before lunch at 1300, and lunch is ready. I think it's important to afford a bit of communication coming in from the audience. And certainly the two plenaries have set a particular pitch and context in terms of where the opportunity spectrum actually lies. And consequently, therefore, the questions in terms of perhaps getting a lot more elaboration from the panelists, from the earlier plenary, as well as the panelists that are on the platform. And it's really fundamentally to really decipher a lot more in terms of where the opportunities are. So let's afford, by way of showing of hands, if there's any, wow. Dr. Rajan Shetty, let's recognize you as number one. Gentleman there, number two. Number three, Mr. Pilani. Let's take one more, and then certainly Mr. Dule. So let's follow it in that sort of context. Greetings, Dr. Chetty.
Greetings, Chair. Thank you so much for, I think, the session. It's really been wonderful to hear all the good news. I think from my side, basically two questions. And the first one being, noting all these great opportunities here on the continent, is there a race for development on the maritime sector? That's the first one.
So just lay that one more time.
Is there a race that's going on, for development, in the maritime sector?
A race?
Yeah, a race.
Okay.
Especially around the port developments, the concessions, and so forth. So is there something happening, out there? And if it is, then what are maybe some of the key factors that can be shared, by, the speakers on how we can keep, ahead of the pack?
Sorry, before I let loose on the microphone, when you say race, can you just contextualize a bit? Is there like a pent-up demand? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I'm talking more around competition.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because we are talking about how we can support each other.
Oh, brilliant.
So is there, a competition that's happening around that? Thank you.
Okay, it's an open-ended question. Any volunteers to pick up? Let's pass the micro to the gentleman next to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't think there is any need to introduce myself.
Yes, if you could, please, yeah.
No, I'm just a delegate. Okay. These kind of gatherings are very important because frameworks and also the right mindset to develop itself. I'm impressed that we are tackling a very important part of our economy, that's the marine economy. But where I come in, I'm saying that the private sector participation, especially the local content, Africans moving into the space of owning the marine sector or participating in the marine sector, is not easy. So if these panels can sort of try to encourage or make it work. My background is that I own an institute called Sojama Economic Development Institute. I have offices, head offices in Harare in Zimbabwe. I have offices in Bergen in Norway, in Europe, and I have also offices in Singapore, in Asia. And some of you, I think, have seen the Sojama Marine. That's my institute in Asia. We have serious challenges in trying to attract private players into the marine sector, especially of African origin. My background is that I worked in Germany, in Hamburg, for about 9 years. And then what I saw happening in Europe and what is happening in Africa, there is a vast gap. So we really would like to, we need support. I don't know how, because finance is available globally. We are comfortable with financial markets. We just need to bring together the private sector in Africa, develop their enterprises, make them compatible with financial markets, and then from private sector we can finance these initiatives. We can organize finance of ports, we can organize think of it, of the major canals, we still have the Suez Canal built more than 100 years ago. But there is a need of more canals in Africa. We've got the Shire River, Indian Ocean, Malawi. We've got the Sabe River, Zimbabwe, to the Indian Ocean as well, and many more. So, and finance is available. Only that perhaps these gatherings must also encourage the private sector. We are there really to work with financial markets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the third question. And I want to make an acknowledgement as we pass in the microphone that yours is a remark as well as embedded with a question, but it comes also from your experience. It's more like a rhetorical question. And therefore, maybe I could bounce it back to you and say, from your experiences, where do you see inherent opportunities? But nevertheless, let's just get more inputs. I think it's Mr. Pilani. How would you say?
Yes, thank you very much. Pindani Nene of Durban, Sealand and Air. I just want to, maybe one will get a solution here. What I've done in the last 10 or so years, in 2015, I was leading the development of an industrial zone in the south for Durban here. And I received a commitment from one investor, one company. But the biggest challenge we had is that now we've been waiting from 2015 up to now. Nothing has happened because of the different departments that we have within our government. Right now, that project cannot take off. The company committed to employ more than 5,000 people to start. But the problem is we have got EIA environmental things where they cannot start because there is a specific fraud that is important then providing employment to 5,000 people. I don't know how we're going to solve these things. The second part, in 2019, I came up with a project which is called Mega Smart City for south of KZN and east of Eastern Cape, to a point where our Honorable President came down and launched it in the south. I looked at, since my company is Sealand and Air, I looked at the programs on sea and connected with air. So we're going to build the airport, which must link with the sea, but also link with the land, logistics. Basically, we're looking at the integrated logistical development. The challenge that we are facing, even at that level, is the same thing. the processes that you are facing, especially as South Africa, is that there is so much challenges when it comes to intergovernmental processes, and nothing will ever start. We started in 2019. The commitment from the investors that I managed to get is about 350 billion US dollars, but nothing will start because our processes, even to get a person here, to invite a person, the investor to come here, it takes so long. So I don't know how we're going to solve it. What I'm saying is that as we are here and dealing with such an important thing, I even have investors currently who are ready to come and start speed trains and all of that. But the processes are the biggest challenge for our country here. I'm not going to talk about at the continental level, but South Africa here, our processes are so difficult. Everything has been done. The investors are ready. They committed themselves, but no one is interested. I've got investors who are willing to start a new port, a private port in the south. But the processes are immense.
Yeah.
It makes everything impossible. But the investors, like our Nedbank gentleman said, they are ready.
Yeah.
They are ready. They are there. But unfortunately, the processes. If we have our government officials here, I think that is the first thing they need to solve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nene. That's a very valid question. There was a hand, the fourth hand, I think, on the right here, certainly, I'm listening to.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to your panelists. Usison Luli from the Department of Transport, KwaZulu-Natal. I suppose I should first start with appreciating the presentations made in both the first and the second plenaries, and also swiftly move to acknowledge Mustendra and his closing comment about the role that we ought to be playing as government in some of the challenges that he has expressed. The reason I actually raised my hand, I found at some point that maybe I should lower it because the questions that were raised, particularly about institutions and legal frameworks, as well as the role of, or rather I suppose the scope of private sector participation. For me, it sort of raised the question of the scope of what we term public-private participation. When we engage in these discussions, I don't know if it's just me, but I get I get the sense that there is a scope for more in terms of not only limiting the role of government to just regulation only, or providing the sort of legal frameworks and so forth, but there is a necessity for government to actually lead in some of these initiatives, because the types of investments that one is looking at, for instance, when we look at the oceans economy, and this is a subject that we've been talking about to a very large extent, even in this country, but at what point do we start saying government practically, beyond just making the laws and the regulations, this is how we see your investment, into this particular space. But like I say, maybe I'm just framing it differently, but it is along the lines that the other delegates have basically asked their questions. And I find it very interesting that throughout these interactions there is quite clearly a sense that I'm getting that actually, for instance, from the gentleman of Usoja Institute, he says there is international finance available. Why is it so difficult for that finance to, reach us where we are in South Africa, in Africa generally speaking? So I'd like to hear the views of the panelists on those issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Quite an elaborate and diverse spectrum of questions, and perhaps to the current panelists, and without necessarily even exempting you, Mr. Buthelezi, if you can venture some insights and perspectives to that. I don't know who wants to venture. The question, just for context once again, is whether there is a race for port development and what are the key factors related to competition. And the other one is around private sector participation and particularly the attraction of private African support. Am I capturing it appropriately? Something in that sort of context. And then the other frustration expressed by Mr. Philani Nene is around the pervasive and protracted bureaucracy that invariably are faced by projects, but one being mindful that through the presidency here in South Africa and Infrastructure South Africa, there's processes to try and really find a much swifter process related to that. And you also mentioned the Eastern Seaboard. Perhaps further engagement around that to see how perhaps methods of correlation could be undertaken. And Mr. Nduli understood to be the question of, amongst other things, finance and the role of government to really catalyze and really bring these projects to a rapid conversion. Is that a correct interpretation, summary? Brilliant, thank you very much. Let's open the floor. Over to you.
Just for the first question, our colleague talks about competition. We don't need competition between African countries. We need complementarity. So we see in the north of Africa, we need a TEL project, deport to buy a ship. We'll see also in West Africa which project will we have. We need to have all projects, prioritize the projects in Africa, and after that we'll see which project we can make investment on this project. For the issue of private sector, we don't have any way. We need to have the partnership between private and public partnership. Because now the investment in maritime issues is very big investment. And we need to have this balance between public and private sector. And we need also to encourage and make incentive issues for the public sector to invest in maritime issues.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I think just to add as well, Dr. Rajan, that the absence of joint planning makes it look like competition. That some of the things we need to plan at a regional level, that it's okay for Maputo to grow. It's okay for the Walvis Bay corridor to grow. But this is how these things complement as a system in a region. The joint planning at that level is weak. And that's what's going to make it look like it's competition. But it can be easily fixed. Similarly with the bureaucracy. I mean, the bureaucracy, 9 out of 10 times it's human beings. It's not even the laws of the country. It is my flavor in how I think things should be done versus how you think things should be done. You know, that ends up frustrating projects and frustrating delivery of projects. So I think, you know, people touched on EIAs, people touched on these policies in Pemba, you know, these policies and all these issues are in place. But now what's stopping us from moving with speed? Because I think a conference like this needs to put speed into doing things. You know, that we look different after these kind of interventions. But why is the finance, you know, hard to reach, etc.? I think it's also the understanding upfront of how things ought to be packaged. You know, that approvals become much quicker.
Yeah, thank you. I think financing, when you look across Africa, you look at the countries and the balance sheets of the countries across Africa, there's challenges. Right? So it's, as a financial institution, as an insurer, as a development financing institution, it's sometimes easier to provide credit to international counterparties than it is to provide in Africa. And so as a financial institution, when we're lending to a country like Kenya or Zambia or Mozambique or any of the countries, we look at how does the balance sheet look of that country? What is the country limit that we can assign to that? And often, if we're dealing with a counterparty in Europe or in the UK or so forth, their country limits are much bigger. It's much easier providing funding to them. And so we need to think about these considerations. There's obviously a lot of, a big part that insurance can play, right? So insurers are playing in these markets right now, but not as readily as we'd like them to be. So when we go and we approach them and say there's a project that we'd like to do, or there's a trade finance deal that we'd like to do, sometimes you see the appetite for them is for these global corporates that come from, you know, internationally. To finance an African business, or African-owned business is not as easy, or African transaction not as easy. But there is a lot of skills and expertise being applied. Sometimes, when I look at it from a trade finance perspective, you see other markets are more developed. For example, if you look at big capex type projects are more developed because you've seen them being played out in the continent for many years. However, in trade, for example, there's not always standardization across these documents and requirements across banks, across countries. And so there's to sort out as well. But I think you need the public and the private partnerships to be more, so that there's more competition, there's more drive for getting these things done. I talked about DP World a bit earlier, and what excites us as Nedbank about this is the partnership that we not only provide the funding, but the logistics angle as well, to be able to move the goods. Because without that, we as a bank can play a certain role. We cannot play the full role around it, and that more partnerships like this, where we have Indabas with the likes of insurers, where we have Indabas with the likes of the maritime industry, with the likes of development finance institutions, say, how do we get this booming? And I think a tactical plan, because we sit in these things and we say, what can we do, what should we do? We all want to do it, but the tactical plan about what these next steps are is then important to say, how can we drive this forward?
Brilliant. So, being mindful that it's lunchtime, perhaps just to wrap and contextualize this session of proceedings, and certainly without censuring any further questions or comments, just to point out that the formulation of the program has in itself been designed in a way where it will allow engagements with political leadership. We've got deputy ministers coming in at the gala dinner tonight. Perhaps it might well be another opportunity and a platform around which issues around unlocking the bureaucracy and really ameliorating circumstances related to that. And Mr. Nene, I'm looking in a general leadership direction where there's certainly an acknowledgement that the general infrastructure rollout and investment landscape is laden with this impediment of perhaps an overreach or what could be perceived as an overreach in terms of the regulatory environment, which is also burdensome by way of it being sequenced. You have an EIA followed by water use license, followed maybe also having rezoning or acquisition of land. And the issue is, what is the manner of convergence of that in as rapid as possible manner? Because once an investor knocks on your door, then there's got to be an assurance of the swiftness in which the settlement of the funds as well as the infrastructure is going to be rolled out, because ultimately it's about getting to the operationalization stage of that activity. So I think that's one area. I should also point out that the design of the program has also allowed for there was a reference to an establishment of an African fund. In the program, there is going to be a perspective of how such an African fund is going to be put into bear. So let me hold the conversation at this point. Lunch is ready. We don't want it to get cold. But in the meantime, let me make an acknowledgement to the esteemed panelists here, with your facilitation, Mr. Butele, as the chairman of African Oceans Council, and to the esteemed panelists, thank you very much for the indulgence. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a photo opportunity, and as that happens, lunch is served, and let's meet. Can I propose we cap it to 45 minutes? We're back here at 2 o'clock sharp. All right, thank you very much.
Cross my heart, I will be there. Yes, I will be there for you. Forever I said I love you. I said I care. When I tell you I love you, means I always will be there. I'll never leave you. I ain't going nowhere. When I tell you I love you, cross my heart, I will be there. I said I love you. I said I care. I tell you I love you, means I always will be there. I'll never leave you. I ain't going nowhere. I tell you I love you, cross my heart.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to catch your attention and just get the proceedings underway one more time. And of course, we've had a very divine lunch, and of course, due acknowledgements to the International Convention Center. Thank you very much for that. So as we proceed, we've had very riveting 2 plenary sessions with a diversity of speakers. And I think it's important to recognize that the manner of, once again, when you look at the program, the more appetizing parts of the funding is pitched in tomorrow. And therefore, we don't want you to miss tomorrow, to be around where a lot more elaborate discussion is really going to be finessing the issues related to how you then bring in a whole lot of these portfolio of projects throughout Africa and then provide the funding. So I'd like to appetize you and say, please do continue with your commitment of availability for tomorrow so that that aspect of our program is fulfilled. We are going to proceed into the 3rd plenary of the day, which is really under the theme of fisheries, aquaculture, and aquatic foods market. And of course, it's really in the context that when you think maritime, in its broader and infinite sense, there's a whole range of activities. And my personal experience, it's really around the ports, the commercial ports. But aside from that, I've also been extensively involved in personal experience in crafting, elevating, profiling opportunities around oil and gas. There's also on the aquaculture side, and there's areas, and I know in Egypt, there's a big aquaculture regime that is already well established. And I think it's important to be able to draw from the expertise of the expert panel that is going to be here this afternoon. And therefore, may I call in Professor Andre Foslo, by way of gesturing, certainly welcome you to the stage. I've had the privilege of meeting Mr. Moses Ramakulu Kusha. Is he around? Oh, please. Oh, geez, by all means, do join me on stage. From the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environmental Affairs, right? All right, brilliant. Thank you. It's a bit of a long-winded title, but I'm glad I managed to wrap it up around my tongue. So thank you very much for joining us. We'd be interested to understand, certainly from your perspective, with understanding that there will possibly be a presentation from Professor Foslo. Let me leave the detail of how the facilitation unfolds to Commander Tsietsi. Commander, let's hand over the proceedings over to you. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Program Director, for allowing me to facilitate this session. I'm a bit worried about people continuing with the lunch.
Closing deals.
Yeah? Yeah, if they were closing deals, they wouldn't want to miss this one that we're putting on the table. We put in something better, something they would love to hear about, because this world of fishing is a very obscure world for many of the entrepreneurs. And I thought that the SMEs in particular, and those who want to be in startups, ought to understand what's going on with this industry. The aquatic food sector is not a small sector, not at all, and it's going through tremendous changes, which then allow for interventions. Now that a lot of the stocks are no more being caught in the wild, but they're actually being farmed, so to speak. That then gives an opportunity to smaller businesses, to inland enterprises, and we thought that this is one big issue we want to bring to the attention of people who ordinarily would not be dealing with fish as a market. Remember that the whole conversation that we're having in the conference is the ability to begin to do formations of markets in Africa, where you can evaluate, you can determine value, you can determine investment, you know what gap in the investment is required, what technologies are required. The world has moved a lot since the days of just going out and catching fish in the wild, and the world has now moved since 2020. For the first time, aquaculture has overtaken wild capture fisheries, and therefore the biggest food market as we speak today is aquatic food in general. So we're raising two issues with you. One is the growth in aquaculture as a big investment opportunity for the continent, but the other one is a value addition that produces aquatic food. So there are two very distinct markets that we need to be looking into. Just on the issue of the numbers in this industry, the trade in fisheries by 2018 was sitting at $165 billion. $165 billion, that's a huge market. And by 2020, aquatic has risen to the top in traded animal foods in the world. The top traded animal food, even more than beef and the rest of them, is now aquatic food. So therefore, if you're looking for the food sector that is on a growth curve, you are looking at globally at the one that we're about. I will a little bit also introduce the issue that if you take the value chain of fisheries, you have to talk to issues of vessels, boats, building and all that in Africa, but I'll come to that in a second. And also when we talk about jobs and the multiplier effect in this sector, this is a sector that is employing tens of millions of jobs, and we can talk to that issue. So I'm introducing this issue of fishing. The professor will talk about the production, the behaviors, the treatment, and how to make them productive. That's one issue. But we'll also have to talk to the markets. And I'm happy that in our midst, we're not missing out on the need for infrastructure. And normally in fisheries, there are what is required, because sometimes the kind of infrastructure for landing of fish may not necessarily be your major commercial harbors. Because to use a major commercial harbor sometimes is a bit on the expensive side. So we're giving about 4 areas of thinking about this sector. As I've said, it's stock, it's food, it's vessels, or even any land-based vessels, and then it is the infrastructure, what we call small harbors in South Africa. So as I invite our guests to start sharing with us what their ideas are, I just want to share with you where Africa is missing out at the moment. We used to do globally, we used to hold a share on the wild capture fisheries of 12% of global volumes of actual stock, not by value, because if you're not playing the value chain, you're always at the lower level on the commodity side. But at commodity level, we're holding 12% of market share. But even with the rise in aquaculture, our share of the market is about 1.9% of the aquaculture market, which is on a fast growth curve. Ordinarily, one would want to balance and say, if my contribution to stocks was 12% in the old traditional industries, there's a new industry that is emerged. You should be fighting for that 12%. Or that 12% does not represent the best that you can do, but at least it's a share of growth that we're seeing. But in aquatic, we're sitting at 1.9%, and that is really one of the highest missed opportunity. When we're looking at the figures, what surprised me the most, personally, is that in Africa, the stocks that comes out of inland waterways are almost on par with what is actually being produced on the seaside. So it means the inland waterways in Africa are quite productive. And last figure I want to share, and maybe last 2 figures I want to share with yourselves, is the investment gap that we have in aquatic, in aquaculture in particular. The market has confirmed a $12 billion per annum deficit in investments in aquaculture. But in Africa, it's worse because our consumption as a proportion of what is available. Worldwide, people in terms of WHO or World Health Organization, consumption per person is or should be at about 20.5. And our average on the continent is at about 10 kilograms per person. So we're in deficit of 10 kilograms per capita in consumption. So it means we need to be looking at growth as per in relationship to demographic changes, and also to look at market growth in relation to depletion of the stocks at sea and the coming up of our aquaculture as a new sector. To help us understand this industry much better, how these stocks behave, what makes them productive, is going to be our professor here, Professor Andre Vosloo. He will come in first with a presentation. We hope after that presentation, we will at least appreciate the stock behaviors, and then we come to the infrastructure, and then we come back to issues of markets for aquatic food. Can we allow the video to be played before I give a few minutes to my speakers? Is the video ready? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I really appreciate that. I'm at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, just up the road. So if you see the sea on the one side, you go to the other side. That's where our university is. We've got 5 campuses, 45,000 students, so it's quite a large institution. I'm at the School of Life Sciences, which is one of our schools in the College of Agriculture, Engineering and Science, and we've been dabbling in some aspects of aquaculture research. The presentation I want to give you today, and I'll try to keep it brief, just to put aquaculture in context a little bit, and then have a look at some specific case studies that we've been applying our minds to in terms of trying to help the industry get to grips with some of their production issues. Just to put aquaculture in context, on a global scale, and I think our chair has given us the data here, that capture fisheries is plateauing. We can't exploit the ocean any further. So that is a finite amount of protein that we can get out of the ocean. So if we want to supplement our protein production for a growing global population, we're going to have to grow aquaculture for very many reasons. We have finite land available for farming, large herbivorous creatures. So aquaculture gives us a way to intensify our production in a sustainable manner. On a global scale, the top producing countries, China is right on top there. South Africa is not in the top 10. I can add to that with some confidence. If we look at the top producers in Africa, Egypt is right out there. South Africa is not in the top 10. So we are looking at an aquaculture economy that is fairly small on the global scale. So we can ask, as a percentage of GDP, is it worth pursuing this? And there's an economic aspect to that, and there's a social aspect to that in terms of where these aquaculture facilities are placed in terms of providing jobs in areas that are not able to exploit fisheries anymore. So there's a really interesting dynamic in the South African aquaculture industry in terms of job creation, in terms of job opportunities for women. There are some aspects of the farming process that you just leave it to the women to do that. If you work in the nursery or the hatchery with really tiny animals, you don't put the guys in there. Sorry, the ladies do that work because their care is just so much better. If we look at species groups globally, again, finfish right on top, seaweeds, a lot of production going on in the seaweed side of things. If you look at the species in greater detail, carps are right up there, brown and red algae, and we can sort of go on a pecking order of which species are the ones that are mostly farmed in aquaculture situations. If we look at feed conversion, I apologize, we seem to have a bit of overlap there. Feed conversion for fish is quite effective, between 1 and 2, and a feed conversion ratio of 1 means that you give 1 kilogram of feed and you get 1 kilogram of biomass added to that. For cattle, it's about 7 to 8. So for every 7 to 8 kilograms of feed that you add, you get 1 kilogram of biomass. So the energy conversion in the aquaculture domain is really efficient. One of the questions that we worked on in our very first endeavors with the aquaculture industry was about abalone drip loss. In the next few case studies, I'll just look at the industry problem, what we did, and just to stimulate a way of thinking about problems in aquaculture and how we can then apply that. So the problem with abalone drip loss is that you pack a ton of abalone, you ship it to a receiving market. It can take 35 to 36 hours to reach the destination airport, sorry. And in that period, you get there is something called drip loss. So the landed mass is always less than what you put in because of the fluid loss in the process. So we really tried to understand what was going on here. And the core problem is that you've got an animal that evolved for millions of years in an aquatic environment. You put it in a box in air, and you expect it to be happy when it gets to the other side of where it's going to be eaten. So we wanted to see whether it was tissue getting lost or water or mucus. We did a few detailed studies based on the problem, and because we understood the problem, we sort of applied our minds in a follow-up to that, and we looked at some patented feed additives. Also, we patented a feed additive that we could put into the formulated feed for abalone. We did different trials on that, and the bottom line is that if we understand the problem, we come up with a solution, we change the farming practice by having a formulated feed, a supplemented feed, and we could cut down drip loss or evaporative water loss at least by half. And because the water retention in the cells of the animal is so much better, we actually saw a 50% improvement in, or 50% decrease in the water loss during the drying process. So the water retention is just so much better. So either in air while it's being exported, or when it's being dried in the value-added part of the chain, there are some great benefits to that. And it's all about understanding the problem and then working in creative ways to try and mitigate that. Has anybody ever experienced stress? Sorry, stupid question. But if you're an abalone or a fish and you're in an environment that you didn't evolve in, you didn't ask to be there, you didn't want to be there, there are things happening in your environment that you have absolutely no control over. There are some environmental things. The temperature is fluctuating differently to what you evolved under. Global warming is coming, so there's lots of issues there. Oxygen, if you look at where abalone and fish live, it's usually in a fairly constant environment. If there's a change in any of these parameters, they can migrate and move to other areas. Abalone very slowly, fish more efficiently, but you can move to other environments. In the farming environment, these animals don't have that luxury. So they are exposed to whatever the farmer is throwing at them. And these things can fluctuate because of power outages, water pumps breaking, all kinds of horrible things can happen. And then the physical chemical environment can change, the biological environment can change because of the high density. Pathogens love it. They can jump from one host to another very, very efficiently. Competition, I mean, if you look at the density of abalone out in the wild versus the density of abalone in a farm, it is just insane what these things have to deal with. And then there are farming practices. You have to handle them, you have to move them, you have to weigh them, you have to measure them, you have to split the baskets, all kinds of things have to happen. Just as a slight detour, just to understand what is happening under stress conditions, if you think of the amount of energy that you have as a battery, you would spend that energy on various things. Maintenance is just keeping the body in shape. Activity, running, walking to the coffee stand. If you've got sufficient energy, you will grow, which for smaller children is really important. Reproduction and development. For smaller children, you don't want them to do that. That's something to be done later in life. And then if your energy input is sufficient, then you will do storage, which some of us do very, very well in the sort of area around the navel. If we get into the stress situation, the maintenance budget goes up. There's more things breaking, more proteins breaking, more DNA breaking. You have to fix all of these things. The amount of energy allocated to that increases, and then incrementally, the amount of energy that is available for growth is going to decrease. And eventually, your basal metabolic rate is going to go down. You're going to go into a hypermetabolic state, which is not an ideal situation. And you can see that when you have a decreased total aerobic energy scope, your growth is going to go down. If things get even worse, then you can supplement that decreased metabolic rate of yours by using anaerobic energy, which comes at a price. Now your maintenance budget is taking up all of the energy. There's nothing left for growth, nothing left for reproduction, and we often find that in very impoverished communities where some things just do not work as they are supposed to. And eventually even that is going to run out. Your storage products that are going to fuel the anaerobic component is going to go down, and the metabolic rate is going to go down. Your maintenance budget is going to shrink, and because you can't maintain the damage that is coming into the body, death is probably going to ensue after that. As a farmer, you need to know that if animals are stressed, your growth energy budget is going to decrease and decrease until it disappears if they are adequately stressed. And that is something we want to avoid. For humans, it's easy to find out if they're stressed. You can ask them a question. You have a questionnaire. You can speak to a therapist. With abalone, you have to infer things. You have to measure something to find out if they are stressed physiologically. With fish, yes, it's very difficult. So we need to find mechanisms to measure the amount of stress that animals are under, because we know that is going to impact their growth, and we know there's going to be an economic impact on that. And on the farm, in the industry, there are some controlled stresses. You have to handle them, move them, anesthetize them, weigh them, measure them, all kinds of things happening. So some of those things you control and you mitigate against the stress involved in that by doing parts of your husbandry practice very responsibly. Some things are uncontrolled. Power outages, pump breakages, strikes, all kinds of things happening that you have absolutely no control over. So what we did in a long series of experiments over a number of years is we controlled temperature exposures, constant high, low, medium temperatures, and variable temperatures. We had all kinds of regimes that we exposed them to: low, high, medium, oxygen, handling frequency. We did a whole range of variables that we tested and measured stress responses, and we measured a whole range of things from the organismal level in metabolic rates. So if you're stressed, your metabolic rate goes up a little bit until it goes down. We looked at DNA damage. That is a product of oxidative stress, which is a really important indicator. And we looked at the antioxidant enzymes, because there is a protective mechanism in the body. Is that being upregulated? So there's a whole range of things that we wanted to have a look at, and to see which of these things correlate with growth. So again, we understood the problem. We saw where the damage was. We saw where the issues were. We supplemented feed with another patented additive to try and curb the amount of oxidative stress and oxidative damage that was occurring to these animals. And through a range of concentrations, the high bars are bad. There's little figures. I'm not sure if you can see them from there. The one that looks like a really long comet, that is the DNA from a single cell from an abalone. And because DNA is charged, it will migrate in an electric current. So if it's fragmented, all those small fragments will be pulled further. And if the DNA is intact, like the little comet on the right-hand side, it will move as one unit of intact DNA. So now we have a way to measure the amount of oxidative stress that the animals were exposed to. And we could see that our additive was improving that. And we could see that in animals that are moderately damaged, the growth rate was very high. Animals that had a lot of DNA damage, the growth rate was very low. So now we had an unbiased way of looking at the amount of stress that animals were under in a variety of conditions. We didn't need to know what the stresses were, but we could find out if they were stressed, and we could predict at least whether growth was going to be beneficial or not. And there was a whole range of papers that we did according to that. Your intermediary metabolism is working really hard now because you had an intake of nutrients, you had food that was available, and your body is now churning away, breaking down those complex nutrients into smaller nutrients that you can actually utilize for the purpose of producing energy. That is what we do. And your body will now balance the energy consumption and energy conversion and storage. You might grow slower during the course of the afternoon, listening to the sultry sound of my voice. I apologize for that. And the purpose of mediary metabolism is to do the waste management, which is going to come later. I can guarantee you that. So all of these processes happen at the cellular level, but the little figure on the right is just showing what is happening in each one of your cells at this given moment. So there are processes. If you just look at on the left-hand side, there are complex carbohydrates in this lovely stuff that we've been eating, and they're broken down to glucose and other simpler carbohydrates. It's going into the glycolytic cycle. This little circle at the bottom is where everything happens, that the TCA cycle or the Krebs cycle, and from there energy production is going to happen. So whether there was protein in there, that lovely stew that we had, all those proteins are being broken down. to the amino acids, and the amino acids are being broken down further to come into the TCA cycle and into the energy production. So your body's doing this. This won't be in the test at the end, I promise you. I just want you to sort of see the complexity of the beast that we're dealing with. So the industry problem is that all of these issues result in some animals growing faster and some animals growing slower. Even within a relatively small genetic variety where we have parental lineages that we can track back, there's supposed to be less genetic variability within that offspring, but we still see some growing fast and some growing slower. So there's not a pure genetic signal in there. There is some extent, but we need to understand how they're utilizing their resources. And these pictures are just from cob farms and abalone farms to show within a single spawning batch what that size differential is. So if you're farming for a specific size, you're going to have to deal with that variability. You're going to pull out X number of animals to fulfill an order for a ton, and you're not going to get the right sized animals because some of them are sold plate size, some of the juvenile abalone are sold in different classes. So we really worked in situ. We went to the farms, we worked on the farms, and this is where our research, I think, is different from lots of other research, is that it's being done where the animals live in those conditions with that whole variability going on there. We quantified the metabolome, where we measured hundreds of different metabolites through various techniques, gas chromatography, liquid chromatography, and nuclear magnetic resonance spectroscopy. So we could piece together, remember that complex picture from before, we could piece together what was happening in different parts of the metabolome. So we realized that when we understand why some animals are growing faster and some are growing slower, we could try to imitate the fast-growing profile metabolically by adding certain things into the feed that was going to support those specific pathways. And we saw that quite stunningly. If you look at that little inset on the right, the right-hand bar is growth rates on the supplemented feed, and the brown one is the normal feed that was given to the animals. And this is in a 3-month period where we picked up and demonstrated a significant increase in growth. It's not that we measure that, those growth rates and data come from the farms ongoing handling processes. They just gave us the mass data, so we didn't have time or opportunity to fudge the data at all. Those are actual farm-based growth rates. And this little horrendogram on the left is just showing how we pieced together the different components of the metabolome when we understood what was happening in the fast growers and when we added specific intermediates into the feed in order to stimulate those specific pathways that was correlating to improved growth. So in closing, I maybe just want to point out a few things. We must have detailed understanding of the animals or plants that we are farming. If we don't, we are doing a disservice to those animals who did not ask to be there. We really must understand how they work and try to adjust our conditions accordingly. The endpoints that we measure, we need to think about them very clearly because I think we demonstrated that superior knowledge can allow us to manipulate certain things. And analytical power is expanding. We're very much moving into the omics era now, where we use metabolomics, transcriptomics, and proteomics to look at what happens at various levels of organization within this complex biological being that we're dealing with. We must stimulate research in industry, not industry-related research, where we think, oh, that'll be interesting to know, but the farmer really doesn't want to know that or he already knows that. So we go to the farms, we see what the problems are, we deal with issues that are on the farm and that they are struggling with. In all our research, we have a translational component. Once we understand the problem, we devise a way to fix the problem, and then we test that. So everything that I've shown you has gone through that translational approach, where we understand the problem and we find a way to mitigate against that. And obviously, in these patents and things, there are some commercial potential. There is massive commercial benefit for the farmers in terms of improved growth rates. And this is really looking towards sustainable intensification. So you can increase production on your existing farm without expanding the farm. So sustainably, on your current property, you increase the growth rates through micro-manipulations like these to significantly increase your output without increasing your footprint. And in closing, I think what we're doing here is that we must take care of the health of farmed animals. And sorry if I say this again, they didn't ask to be there. We've put them in this situation, we've bred them into a situation. If we put them in a situation where their health is compromised, their welfare is compromised, and we don't need to be in a society where the welfare of farmed animals is compromised. That is just not on. And all of this makes economic sense, because what we're doing here is understanding the mechanisms at play. We are mitigating against that through unique interventions, and then we're improving the health of the animals, we're improving their welfare, but we're improving the growth rates of the animal because they are now less stressed. So it makes economic sense to really have a deep understanding of the animals that we're dealing with. Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity.
If the demographic stats are anything to go by, Africa is expected to almost double its population by 2050. Will be the most populated continent on the planet, at about 2.5 billion people. It was projected before. Nothing has convinced the world that that trajectory is changing. And therefore, the issue of food security, food production, intensification, nutrition is a challenge of the future. One of the issues on the marine biodiversity, we just didn't bring a scientist, but we've got some scientists visiting us on Friday. On the biodiversity side, especially the marine biodiversity side, you would know that a new protocol has just been agreed to internationally. In the past, under the International Law of the Sea, the Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, the international waters were protected. Nations were allowed to exploit coastal waters up to 200 nautical miles, about 350 kilometers. Anything beyond that was considered as the global commons, as the waters that belong to the entirety of humankind. In those waters, only one activity was allowed on the seabed, and it was seabed exploration for mineral productions, but there was absolutely no allowable exploitation of anything that lies on the seabed. Now, a new science has emerged of deep ocean mining, where you go down, 14 kilometers or so, and a lot of minerals of the future have been found there. And there's a lot of pressure between the environmentalists and the economic sectors in wanting to start exploiting what is available. However, that process has been slowed down, but there's intense exploration happening. Within our generation, we are going to see deep sea mining taking place in the international waters, in the global commons. However, the other area of exploitation that was not allowable was the marine biodiversity, the living marine biodiversity in the international waters. But as of 2023, there's an agreement internationally that has allowed the opening of the international waters for biodiversity exploitation. Why are people investing so much money so deep in the oceans? It's because of the maturity of the technology that allows biotechnology to start make it possible to actually start producing products out of what lies at sea. So the blue economy, the ocean economy, is expanding from the traditional sectors that we know into new sectors. Now, if we know what we know now, we can see that from what the Prof presented to us, we're not only fishing for fish. Out there, there's seaweeds and there's some other species that will become species of the future. So the question is, where lies Africa in all of this? We are the only continent that has no blocks or involved in any project on the deep sea minerals exploitation in preparation for exploitation. All other continents have formed consortia of one type or the other. They're out there all becoming ready to actually do more diminishing returns once mineral exploitation and biodiversity issues become industrialized. And therefore the alternative, which is aquaculture or mariculture, is going to be something that we need to be looking into. So in Africa, with its own deficit of 10 kgs per capita consumption, and that species being the number one species for protein production and protein consumption in Africa, it means we are going to fall into more of nutritional deficiencies. Not only food, but in nutrition of what we consume as a ratio as well. And we therefore think that it is time that we intensify the kind of research that we're beginning to see. But research requires enormous resources from public and private. And therefore we believe that through this conversation that we're beginning to have as Africans, it's time that we start taking science seriously. We can't just be people saying we catch what is available in the world. We have to start getting involved in deep science of the oceans, and maybe this is one example of the good work that is being done at UKZ, and I'm sure it's together with other institutions globally. So we've got two streams of work in this regard. One is investing in technology, in science for the future. But the other one is that science of also beginning to look at changes to the actual medium of water, which through climate change is also going through rapid change. So we're going to get hit on the deficit side because of demographics. We're going to get hit on the unpredictability of the outcomes of climate change. And therefore, we want to argue and maybe even support the view that says we need to start quantifying the kind of science that we need to put in if we're going to protect the future of humanity, as we will be the largest demographic on the planet, which will be living on deficit in proteins and deficit in other minerals. So it's not a small topic, it's a very big topic. And in the future, we had actually organized a master class on this topic, but we decided let's first bring it into session and then we'll organize future ones where we see how to support, how to motivate and mobilize for private investments into research on the African fisheries, aquaculture, and aquatic food. Now, we'll come back to Prof and the conversations. I want to just refocus us a little bit on the infrastructure requirements, because that infrastructure speaks to economics of fisheries. Because the whole thing, if you take a value chain approach, you realize that there are no sources of financing and funding that goes into small harbors and fishing harbors. It was only public finance, because all money goes into commercial ports, because you can evaluate the cargo that goes through, price it into the infrastructure, and recoup your investments. And therefore, there's going to be a sidelining of the fisheries over a period of time. I would therefore wish to invite our dear friend here, who is in charge of the largest fleet of what used to be fishing harbors, now designated as small harbors, to come and share with us what is the state of play in our small harbors. KZN is aspiring. They've been stuck with small harbors over a period of time. Port St. John's, Aberdeen, But the fisheries sector itself is not moving the issues of the infrastructure that they require, because you can't balance it against the value of the fish stocks and build small harbors on the back of what the catch is. And therefore, we need a different financial model for that infrastructure. And Dr. Ramapulusha will then talk to us on the fisheries infrastructure. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Commander. I'm happy to be here in Durban because this is the warmest place to be. So in the Department of Fisheries, Forestry and the Environment, as the Commander said, we have the wild fisheries capture as well as aquaculture, which is in simple terms the cultivation of fish. So within the department, I come from the infrastructure side of the fisheries sector, which is basically the 12 proclaimed fishing harbors that we have. Unfortunately, all the 12 fishing harbors are not in the other 3 coastal provinces that we have, the Northern Cape, KZN, and the Eastern Cape. They are all in the Western Cape. And I'm told that's because most of the fishing grounds are within the areas of St. Helena all the way up to PE. So these 12 proclaimed fishing harbors, which we operate as the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, managed by a team of about 50 people that are based in the various fishing harbors. So in terms of the distance and the locations of these fishing harbors, they start from Lambeth Bay in the Western Cape. They go all the way to Cape Town, and from Cape Town you then have them going down the south to the area which is called Still Bay. So that's where you have the last of the 12. So the total distance between these 12 harbors is about 800 kilometers, Commander, which basically means that it is possible for you to be able to have similar type of infrastructure in other provinces. So in terms of the management of these harbors and how they support the fishing industry in South Africa, these harbors are probably the landing facilities for about 50% of the fisheries output or the fish landings in South Africa. The only thing that doesn't happen there is exports, which will then be taken by the big ports, as the Commander said. So if you take away these proclaimed fishing harbors, you take away the fishing industry in South Africa. So these harbors have been operating for a number of years. I think they go all the way back to more than 50 years. And the reason why they are called proclaimed fishing harbors is because they are subsidized. So in other words, when government is operating them, the intention is to not make a profit, unlike the commercial ports that we have that are run by Transnet. So what then happens is that because of that, you find that the state of infrastructure in these harbors is not up to date with the requirements of the day, because a lot of investment doesn't go into the maintenance, the upgrading of this infrastructure. So as a result, you have these harbors operating based on technology from 100 years ago, and that affects the output that you need on the ground. So I'm here today to say that as much as we have been operating these harbors, which are all in the Western Cape, what we need to do with the emerging oceans economy as a country is to see how we can have these harbors, or not necessarily fishing harbors, but other harbors, maybe multi-sector harbors that will accommodate different sectors that we have in the oceans economy in other provinces. If there's no fish in Durban, maybe you don't need a fishing harbor, but you need a multi-sector harbor that will accommodate very little fish that you have in Durban,
that might be able to accommodate shipbuilding or tourism or any other sector that is of importance in that specific area. So we saw, for example, yesterday, one of the biggest vessels being built here in Durban, in South Africa. So part of the future of the city could be to have a small harbor that will be focusing mostly on shipbuilding at a small scale, where you could have small to medium vessels being built here, and then you leave the big projects for the ports. So I think this can be done. We, as government, we are operating these harbors, so I think other provinces could also be able to do the same with what is being done in the proclaimed fishing harbors. So the questions we just need to ask ourselves is, how do we then position ourselves as the different municipalities, as the different cities, to be able to take the opportunity that the ocean's economy is offering us. In the department, we also have what is called marine spatial planning, which is basically a process that is looking at the allocation of space for different sectors, because the ocean that we have as a resource is not growing. And as I'm talking about the future of coastal cities, there is probably going to be more fishing happening in South Africa in the next 20 years than it is happening today, or more shipbuilding. But the space where we want all these things to happen is not increasing. So how do we then make sure that we are able to accommodate all these different sectors which will have a space in the ocean, such as renewable energy, tourism, shipping lanes, the allocation of submarine cables that will be able to allow us to communicate very fast with other countries. So how do we ensure that we have enough space for what is happening at sea to be accommodated on land? And the harbors are the closest area between the sea and the land where we can be able to accommodate what is required from an infrastructure point of view on land. So as we think about introducing new harbors in our space, we also have to think about how do we build harbors that are very much multi-sector oriented, and we can learn a lot from the fishing harbors that we have been operating from the past 100 years or so. So as I conclude, the questions that I want us to ask ourselves is, how do we as municipalities, how do we as cities position ourselves? Earlier, the commander mentioned that the mindset that we have seen in municipalities, in cities, has not changed that much. You still have a lot of things happening at national. So maybe it is time for us as a country to reconfigure the responsibilities, the roles, because I think everywhere you find yourself in the country, you are in a local municipality or you are in a city. So basically what needs to happen is that everything needs to be started at that level, where the municipalities, the cities are able to then say, from the budget that we have, this is what we can do. So that makes us to have to think about how we can then take the opportunities that we are seeing from the ocean's economy. We have Operation Pakisa in South Africa that is driving that, and on the harbor side, the Small Harbors Development Lab is also a part of Operation Pakisa, so that as we introduce these new harbors, we also have the right skills. We have the right people who will be able to operate based on what each and every harbor will be requiring. So as a start, Commander, I will stop there and hand over back to you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I wish to share on the last one, on the vessels side. I think we've done infrastructure, we've done the science, we've done the food side. there is a conversation to be had with the Department of Environmental Affairs and Fisheries around two aspects. If I can talk to Africa, Africa is the largest importer of fishing vessels at this point in time. Very little produced, if any, on the continent, but on an annual basis, we're growing at about 10% since 2015. When you look at the size of fishing vessels and infrastructure we have on the continent, because our harbors are smaller, our ports are smaller, our building yards are smaller, they could accommodate the fisheries vessels. But because we're not in the industrial, we're not sitting with a big industrial drive, we're missing out on an opportunity in a range of size of vessels that we could be using to industrialize and to grow our marine manufacturing. An example would be South Africa, which is a very industrialized economy that can build very modern vessels. We're sitting with, fisheries people will tell you, SAMSA did an audit a while back. We need to recapitalize 1,800 fishing vessels in South Africa. 1,800 vessels that should not be in the water. That's why every second, third week, people are dying at sea. Because they're on contraption that should never be floating in the water. They're no more suited to areas where fisheries are much more productive. So they're taking inshore vessels and push the boundaries onto the outer side of the inshore waters. And when they have to come back, they're coming against these tides and they end up in danger and they cannot be saved. No communication systems, they're not resilient, they fail at sea. It is the end of lives on those vessels. And therefore, I think after Ndate Moses has spoken, we realize that we need to have, as a sector, and we're happy that the Public Works has taken up the responsibility. But these are not commercial ports. Public Works can't do it at national without the domestic fleet. I wish to just allow my panelists to do their closing comments, but I wish especially Professor Foslo to indicate that with this high deficit and the need for intensified farming of fish, how is the situation on the investment into research? Are you in partnership with other universities on the continent? How are we sharing that data? And how are we protecting from an IP perspective so that we can utilize the IP to draw investments into the sector? Ndate Moses will then do his own closing comments as well, and that will be the end of our session. Thank you. Prof.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate the question. I have to say that I think if we look at two separate aspects in terms of the aquaculture itself and then aquaculture research separately, investment in aquaculture, infrastructure, and operations, investors are skittish. We've got very many cadavers of failed aquaculture facilities that started out, and investors came in and the potential was not realized for a variety of reasons, partly because our production costs are really high in South Africa. Our labor is expensive, electricity is expensive. We haven't got sheltered bays that we can easily have an offshore facility, so we have to work onshore, which means that we're competing with property developers who want that same piece of land. So the inset costs in terms of starting out an aquaculture and mariculture facility is enormous. It'll be very exciting to, if aquaculture can partner with sort of small harbors initiative so that we create a sheltered area where we can actually do in-water farming instead of pumping water on land. There were cages in Richards Bay Harbour where cob was being farmed in the harbour, and then that area became under pressure and that had to be removed before there was proof of concept of the financial viability of that particular approach, which is quite unfortunate. So geographically and infrastructure and just from a systems perspective, we are not in a great country for mariculture in the oceans. If you compare it to Norway, where they have massive fjords with an 8-meter tidal shift where fresh water comes in every tide and waste is being pumped out for free, basically. We have to take care of all of that by buying electricity and pumps and things like that to do that. So our farm gate price is more expensive to cover these production costs than flying fish in from Norway, which is a really sad situation to be in. So our production costs are just really high because of all those reasons. In terms of the research side of things, I think we lack a sort of program level approach. I think we're doing lots of small bits of research, but we need an integrated view of research in the country. And there have been studies, there have been reviews and things like that in order to try and find where those areas are, but we haven't made progress into putting all of that into a program. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Yeah, it's on.
It's on, okay. Yeah, so I think from a developmental perspective, as a country, we have the right people, the right experience for us to be able to move to the next phase, which is the phase of building multi-sector harbors or infrastructure that will support the emerging oceans economy. From our experience of operating the 12 proclaimed fishing harbors, we are starting to see emerging activities, activities such as aquaculture being accommodated in the harbors. If you go to Hermanas, which is one of our harbors, we have an aquaculture company that is operating there. If you go to Saldanha, you also find a little bit of aquaculture. If you go to Kanspai, you find that. And this is happening in these subsidized harbors. You also find other activities such as movies, photo shoots, events that are happening in these harbors, even though they are proclaimed fishing harbors. So that gives us an indication that if we are to construct new structures, we should be able to have structures that will accommodate different activities. We have the ocean as one of the biggest museums in the world. When one considers all the infrastructure, all the vessels that are under the water, one could imagine a future where we could be able to take people to go and look at some of the infrastructure that is there. One could also imagine a future where you could bring some of those into the land, and the closest place from the ocean will be in the harbor, so you could have a museum that will be able to bring those that are those I don't know what to call those infrastructure or vessels, sunken vessels that are there for people to be able to see. So I don't think we should doubt ourselves as a country. What we may need at this stage is public-private partnership. As I said, the 12 harbors that we have are fully operated by government, but that doesn't mean that with the new direction that we want to take as a country, we should take that approach. We may want to say, how do we bring the private sector into the space, and how we can unlock the benefits through that model, so we don't have to follow the same model. But I believe that we have the right people, we have the right experience, and right places for all this to happen in South Africa. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. A round of applause for those insightful observations. Without any further waste of time, and I'll suggest, really with your indulgence, not to have any further breaks, just to move on seamlessly into the next plenary session. And let me call onto the stage highly regarded, massively esteemed colleague, Dr. Ria Foslo. Prof, please do come through to the stage. And also call on Dr. Obake Muleu. Is she here? Oh, brilliant. Well, yeah, please do come and join us on stage. Both yourself and Prof. Foslo well, there's Professor Andre Vosloo and there's Professor Ria Vosloo. Well, you dominate the landscape today, hey? And of course, our final panelist is Ms. Thandiswa Kanku, who is a specialist in private sector participation. Ms. Thandiswa, please join us as well. Please come through. Maybe a photo opportunity as we close and really give you a final round of applause. Thank you very much. All right, brilliant. Thank you very much. Thanks once again. Okay, thanks, Prof. All right, brilliant. Sure. Okay, so, Prof, okay. So I've put Commander on the spot. And the reason I put him on the spot is because, as a facilitator, is because prior to the conference starting, he has very insightful observations around how cities, and you probably picked this up this morning, the manner in which cities interface with ports, or ports becoming obviously embedded in cities, and how the extraction of that relationship in terms of the maritime and coastal tourism could be really enhanced. And it's that level of indulgence where the plenary theme is around cities, marine and coastal tourism markets. And we would like to indulge you in terms of perspectives related to that. I get to learn, Dr. Obagain, that you've done your research around eThekwini municipality in some way, certainly. And of course, Ms. Kwanku Thandiswa has had quite extensive experience with private sector participation, and we would like to get some perspectives from a regulatory point of view, examples of successes, impediments, and possible way forward to unlocking and yielding phenomenal opportunities. Dr. Ria Vosloo is a systems engineer, but she's phenomenally well-learned. She's leading a number of very top-of-the-line initiatives, and particularly well-familiar one is the long-term planning around the Maritime here in the province, and there's other projects and initiatives that she's undertaking, particularly around systems engineering. Every time I look at Prof, there is a particular theme and passion around resilience. So I'll be very keen to hear a lot more around how that blends itself into the urban fabric. Commander, over to you.
For my sins, I nearly escaped. They caught me by the tail and put me back. I'm still looking for a reason not to be on stage. So long as I can see you, I know that I can still be salvaged. I need somebody to help me out. Yeah, but I think we've just come to the crux of the whole issue of growing Africa's blue economy. The drivers of the blue economy will be, by and large, in partnership with coastal cities and coastal settlements. And therefore, an enhancement of the capacity of those cities and towns and villages to be embedded and to understand and integrate into the blue economy is only salvation in the future that we're looking at. For an example, globally looking at issues of blue financing, innovative financing, and all of that. For the first time, cities that are not even along the coast have now qualified for sustainable financing out of the blue financing market, largely because the truth came through marine pollution. Marine pollution is one of the biggest nuisances that you can find in waste management, because the water mass of the oceans are large. 71% of the Earth's surface is water. So any leakage of plastics from land to water has more room, and if you're going to catch it, you're going to have to really sweep the entire ocean, which is not possible. and the damage to the species is very high. As a consequence of that, in the instruments of blue financing, any locations that have rivers that are running towards the sea can now qualify as coastal participants as part of the blue economy. I thought I should raise that issue, so that we're not only confined to coastal in the true sense of the word, but the waterways begin to mean something. I thought that's important. The second issue I think that is very, very important to indicate, we had invited one of the first inland waterways human settlement. The biggest local municipality in South Africa is a river city, but that river city has absolutely no program that creates awareness about it being a maritime city. We've got that project in the Vaal. And lastly, I think we were saying to the deputy mayor of the city yesterday that we wish that this city could, middle to third quarter of next year, in the blue economy, in order to grow the economies of those regions. I think with this, I thought, let me just open up this subject a little bit more. But then there are issues of what does it take to produce viable coastal city systems that are integrated into the blue economy, to ports, to the coast, and also to the oceanic waters. And to start off our conversation here, I will invite Dr. Vosloo to be the first to give us her own opening comments about how she sees the lack of cohesiveness or cohesion in the way cities are running their coast. They're running their coast as if they're not part of the coast belongs to the national governments. And therefore, we are saying in this conversation, according to the UN Law of the Sea, internal waters are the extension of the land space, all the way up to the contiguous 24 nautical miles out to sea. The laws applying on land automatically apply to the waters up to 12 nautical miles, which literally means that police can catch you in the water up to 12 nautical miles. All the enforceable legislation on land are extendable to the water. So by implication, those waters belong to the municipalities, to the coastal provinces, to the coastal states, without a need for a new instrument in that national jurisdiction that allows the city to police its waters. You can have conversation about the exclusive economic zones, but internal waters and territorial waters, the cities are fully involved in those. However, there's an absolute mismatch between the shipping, the maritime sector in general, the ports that are located in cities, and the cities themselves. And therefore, I would love to open this where Prof maybe starts with a problem statement, what she thinks makes it not work, and then in the next round, we'll start to explore what actually can be done. And Dr. Obakeng, we invited her because she produced a very provocative piece of research for her studies, which might not have made it very popular with a particular port city state, but we really want to share what the challenges are so that we can find the solutions. And then we're going to deal with the issue of infrastructure. But the kind of infrastructure that we need for coastal cities is different to infrastructure for Gauteng, for the inland provinces that are not bounded by water. So therefore, there is a whole change in the way the built environment has to adapt and has to emerge. And on that one, we're going to discuss later. Let me allow Dr. Vosloo to come through, make a comment, and then after her, we'll then allow Dr. Obakeng to come through, and then I will then call upon Sister Thandiswa to then speak her opening remarks as well, and then we integrate the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commander. Thank you to those of you that are showing endurance here. I lectured for quite a bit of my life, and every time you look at somebody, you say, okay, it's fine, but I can see the screensavers coming on in your eyes. So breathe in, breathe out. It's a very interesting area. And I think one of the things is that we're all really passionate about what we do. I don't think there's anybody here that really doesn't feel that passion about what we can achieve. we often look at cities. Now, I'm going to share a few perspectives. We often look at cities as systems. It's fairly automatic. People say a city is a system. But the issue is that it consists of multiple systems. There are systems that deal with transport. There are systems that deal with housing. There are systems that deal with health. There's a number of systems in that. And you can't really pull those systems apart and manage them separately, but that's what we try to do. We actually pull this system like this as well, and we have a national system and a provincial system and a local system. So everything is sort of spread all over the systems. And it's very useful to look at these as complex adaptive systems. Now, I'll explain a little bit of what I mean with complex adaptive systems. It means that it's a very complex system and you can't pull these things apart. You can't reduce them to these separate bits. They interact. And they cannot be understood as simplistic systems. You can look at it and you can imagine them, but they're really very separate. So you can't reduce them. So characteristics of such a system is, for example, that it's non-linear and it has feedback loops. And the way that one would look at it is the little butterfly that flutters its wings and there's a storm on the other side. There's small systems, there's big systems, they're all interlinked and connected. And anything that happens in the one system will react in the other system. So there's a problem in the rail system, so there's a problem in the port system, so there's a problem, and then they go up and down and around and around. Systems organize themselves. If we look at the way they work, at the end they find a way to work. And I think in Africa we're pretty used to that. Things will find a way to work. You don't have to wait for it. It may not actually work the way you want to, and probably not within legislation, and certainly not, very interestingly, but it will work. So they self-organize themselves, and there's the emergence. So we look at the whole thing of getting coal to Richards Bay. Rail doesn't work. There's no intermodal facility to dump the coal, to handle it and to process it for smaller players. So a few sites emerge. They suddenly happen. There happen to be, pollution of the underwater and all kinds of things, but these will emerge. And this kind of characteristics is very important. A solution will come. It won't be the solution you want it to be, necessarily. Systems are very adaptive. If things happen, they will change. They will react to it. They will find a way to survive. Once again, not always the way you want to, but they will. And they're resilient. They find a way to recover. Resilience is just something will go wrong, we've got a plan for it, and we've got to respond to it. Typically they would. They're diverse, they're not the same, there's different things. And they cross the boundaries. And they're very, very robust. In general, a city is really robust. Things can go very bad and somehow it's going. But on the other side, they're incredibly fragile. So we look at Durban, just close your eyes. Think of international tourists. You want to bring this MSC ship full of tourists, and I've been told the average age of tourists is in fact not over 50 or not even close to my age. It's on the other side of 50, towards the youthful side of 50. And you bring them to a coastal city in South Africa to spend their money on the land so the citizens can get money, can get benefit from tourism. Where do you think they want to go? Durban? I don't know where you stayed in the hotel, but are you really think that you can go out and stay in the hotel in what was previously known as the Golden Mile and walk around there and have a wonderful experience? Or would you leave your credit card at home because it can't be cloned if somebody walked past you. So it's a very important issue to understand that port cities are even more complex because it interacts with the maritime transport system, it interacts with all the marine systems. There's just but so much more going on. It has the tourism infrastructure. It's important to remember that tourism is really, really important. At one stage, it generated, I think, 10% of the KZN GDP. It's not close to that. But it's such a wonderful potential. Except for the school day, it's really good to come here in winter. Why don't people come here in winter? And I'm just asking these questions. I'm not actually picking a fight like my colleague down there. So tourism takes many parts. People can come as tourists from the seaside. They come in ships and they come to the land and they do all kinds of tourism. They do ecotourism. They go dive with the sharks. They go dive just on their own. They do heritage tourism. There's even something called archaeological tourism that really stunned me. You go pay so that you can go somewhere to live in a really dusty place and, dig in the sand. So there's tourism from the seaside to the land side. Every year people come to the seaside and they actually tour into the ocean. They go on their little excursions, they go diving, they go whatever. But the moment you have a dysfunctional function between the port and the city and the way that that actual interface is at the moment not really friendly, it becomes difficult. But that's just the port-city interface. The habit of people have of talking about a port, they say this is a port and that's the hinterland. No, it's the only thing, it's reduced to the hinterland. Whatever happens in the hinterland is to support the port. And anything that goes beyond the port gates, it's none of the business of anybody, it's just the hinterland. And we see the symptoms of this attitude at the moment. Another perspective is to really just look from the top. Just imagine you're looking down at the map, any city on the... What is a territory? What is a spatial area? Commander spoke about that. If you look at the high water mark, there's 100 meters into land side in urban areas. That's coastal area. That has to be looked at in that way. 1,000 meters in rural areas. 12 nautical miles territorial. 200 nautical miles easy. But which one of the plans of the city even looks beyond the coastal area? Does it even consider the coastal area? The only planning that happens for coastal, I heard the bit about the coastal spatial planning. I would like to see those, except for the ones done by the entity known as the Transnet National Ports Authority. What planning is done for that space? And of course the marine protected areas. Okay. So that's just the issue of the planning space. So where does the space go? The port city interface, is it only the port city interface towards the land? Also the port city interface towards the seaside? Then smart cities. A smart city is defined as an urban area where technology and data collection help improve the quality of life. Wonderful. You know, we actually passed the 4th industrial revolution. We're happily charging towards the 5th one and bio revolution. But what benefit happens? Apparently, according to the IMO, there was a requirement that the single window system would be operational from January 2024 in every port in the world. I have been assured that the Port of Durban has a system that is among the best in the world, just actually doesn't want to share the data. So it's a very important thing. So if you're a smart city, that benefit must be to people. So we're looking at ships that come and maybe come to port here. Who gets a benefit? The fact that there's so many more ships coming past the coast mean that people have to be fed. Ships have to be serviced. Supplies have to be supplied. Who does it? Do you want to guess? Does anybody of the SMMEs get an opportunity to supply the ships? Oh no, they excluded. It's the old boys that get this business. So the moment that you get a smart city, you get electronic interface with it becomes possible, you get benefit to the people. And actually, by international law, all port cities should be smart cities. There should also be the tower, the logistic tower. What opportunities are given to the people because of the logistics going through? So how do you get a port city that works? For one, it has to function, preferably within the law. It must be growing economically and every other way. It must be resilient. Climate resilience, you don't even have to begin to search news at the moment to see all the disasters, the fresh disasters that befell KZN with the latest storms. How can it function resiliently? There also has to be a slight understanding that, you know, there's 580 kilometers from end to end in this province alone. If you look at the distance that falls under a port, there's a lot of other areas that's also coastal opportunities, small harbors, a number of other opportunities there. And then it must adapt to leverage the opportunities. If there's no opportunities being gained by this city, by this province and its inhabitants because of the increased traffic past the coast, never mind, they don't even have to come in. They have to be supported somehow. What's the point? So we do a lot of plans. There's coastal management plans. Nearly every IDP of a local government along the coast have a coastal management plan. There's national, provincial development, spatial kind of frameworks. There's a wonderful spatial development framework in the province. There's spatial development frameworks for the city. There's not really a good marine spatial development, you know, except for the ports and the space in the port. There's IDPs, there's integrated transport plans, there's a lot of integrated plans. There's many master plans. The issue is how aligned are they? How harmonious are they? It doesn't help to have all these plans, to have all these frameworks, but we don't end up with a port city that is a smart city that functions and that enables everything that it could enable. Thanks.
Yeah, I will not waste time. I think at least the context has been established to say it's not going to be an easy thing to integrate all these systems and elements. I'll therefore ask Dr. Bakin to step in and share her perspectives with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Commander. And thank you so much, Professor Prinsloo. I feel like you just narrated half of my thesis that I wrote. So I'm saying this because my thesis was basically also based on complex adaptive systems and how actually the Durban Port City is a complex adaptive system. But after that whole really great explanation, I won't go too much into the nitty-gritties, but then I'd like to just talk about some of the issues that we have found in Durban from the research that was done from 2015 until 2020. And then we've also managed to, through funding from at the time I wasn't part of the organization. So one of the things I neglected to mention is that I'm from the Western Indian Ocean Marine Science Association, which is based in Zanzibar, and we do a lot of capacity building as well as research in terms of coastal and marine research, coastal marine resource development. And now we're running a program on the blue economy where I'm actually the Science to Policy Program Coordinator. So I'm here in that capacity, as well as to talk about the impact of the research that we've been doing. So my research was actually then extended just beyond Durban, but something similar was also done in Mombasa in Kenya, as well as in the Comoros Islands. And one of the things that we have found is that cities are developing, in most cases, cities near ports are actually developing in response to the port. There's a lot of investment that is going into the port. Infrastructure is important. Increasing port throughput is important. But then what then happens to the city? The city then is operating more at a responsive rate. And we also need to look at what are the we looked at the socio-spatial impacts of that. So a lot of people then move from different parts of the province or the country to move to the city because now they know that there's so many opportunities. But then the city is faced with multiple other problems where you have shortage of housing, there's overuse of certain infrastructure, and with that growth, the infrastructure then cannot actually cope with the increasing population. And this not only happened in Durban, but then it also happened in Mombasa. So that is just one of the issues that has come across. And then that also has an impact on the people's well-being. Are people happy living in the city, even though they're going to work every day? So then what is the role of the city in enabling better living conditions for workers in the city, in enabling better housing facilities, access to clean water and sanitation? So all these are actually linked indirectly to what is happening in the port. And the next thing I'd like to talk about is the transport systems within the city, which are also in response to port development and port activity. And one of the main issues that we found in Durban was that there's a lot of traffic, there are a lot of trucks on the road. However, the roads are not expanding. There aren't any alternative transport routes or transport modes to move the cargo as quickly as possible from the harbor into Southern Africa. I'm going to say Southern Africa in general, not just towards Johannesburg, So that has been a major issue. And then the train system, we've been talking about maybe we should start looking at the rail system. It should be improved X, Y, Z. What has been done in the past couple of years? We still don't see a difference. And so that is one of the things. However, when you look at it from the perspective of Mombasa, they went ahead, they got investments, and now they have the SGR, the Standard Gauge Railway System, that goes from Mombasa to Nairobi and transports a lot of the containers. And then it's two ways, so it also transports people. So now there's a more cost-effective and cheaper way for passengers to move between Nairobi and Mombasa within about 4 hours. That's how quickly the train is moving. So do we have the capacity to move towards that sort of transport modality to reduce the impact and the stress on the road system? And then one of the other things is issues of the environment as well. So we found that there's a lot of land-based sources of waste that are actually ending up in the ocean. In the case of Durban, they were ending up in the harbor. And when you looked at it from the outsider's perspective, it was always, Transnet would say that, but then this is not our waste. The waste belongs to the city. Then the city has to find ways of actually getting adequate waste management from the upper reaches of the catchment to actually reduce the waste from the upper catchments before it actually reaches down into the harbor. And this has led to various other research projects that are actually that have led to the capturing of the waste in the upper reaches of the catchment, upper reaches of the Umgeni catchment as well. So these are just some of the issues that we have actually come across. But then also in terms of tourism, the harbor, Durban Harbor is actually, I think, the only harbor, Dr. Prince, I don't know if I'm right, that actually has that gives access to tourism. When you go to other places, the harbors are high security zones. You can't, at least we can go and go on a boat cruise. In Mombasa, it's a high security. You can't go there. In Moroni, it's high security. The public is not allowed. So we are very lucky in that the general public still has access to a small section of the harbor. They can actually get access to the harbor. They can go on a boat cruise. They can actually see the magnitude and the size of a vessel, which is really great if only we can just improve certain systems. And I'm not saying that we need to now make it more secure, but then we are lucky about that. And at least in terms of tourism, there's a great relationship between Transnet and the city in enhancing the tourism factor, which is a form of nature-based tourism and also contributes to the blue economy. So that is a section that can actually be where we can look into investing into. And lastly, I'm not going to leave you without talking about my job. So from a science to policy perspective, we do need investment. We do need investment into the science behind the decisions that are being made at policy level, local government level, and our organization does that. We work in 10 countries with a lot of the universities, oceanographic institutes, research institutions, as well as NGOs. So through that, we're able to actually come with the science and then provide it to government officials, decision makers. And now we've also adapted a program where we're not only doing the science by ourselves, but then it's mandatory to have a working group. So working group means that you have scientists, you have policymakers, you have government officials who are also working within that research study. That way it's not one-sided where we think we know what they need. No, that's not how we do it. We need to work together. Therefore, we're not wasting time, we're not wasting resources, but we're actually having an impact on policy and decision making. So we also need investment in the science of blue economy. Thank you.
Clearly, if cities are going to be drivers of economic growth, as Africa begins to emerge with more and more cities, about 1 million inhabitants, some are already sitting at 3 million. If you look at this city, some at 7 million. Lagos is galloping ahead. Alexandria is galloping ahead. It means as we plan the future of our people, of our next generation, we need to be thinking about spaces in which they're going to be living. And this push-pull between the freight sectors and communities and lifestyles and the quality of lives of residents, it has to come under a certain level of scrutiny. There is a solution that we came up with which has proven to be very inadequate, marine special planning. When it came out, it looked like a powerful tool, but it confined the planning to water. Whatever is not wet doesn't come under marine special planning. Maybe we need to be thinking about maritime special planning so that we incorporate internal waters all the way through to the back of the ports. Secondly, in our legislation, when we talk about the coastal areas, municipalities don't have a good conceptualization. They always think about the beachfront, whatever is facing the sea, it is the coast. But the environmental legislation in the country recognizes all the way up to 100 kilometers, because every system within the 100 kilometers, given the kind of relief that you find, the geographical relief on the oceanic side, is that the impact on the ocean. You can see the actual dynamic relationship between towns and cities that lie a few kilometers away from the ocean and their impact on the oceans. So therefore, we need to reconceptualize the whole thing and apply it to the African ecosystems. In particular, because the examples that we're getting examples from areas that have high intensity of populations on the coastal side, built real against the oceans only, but Africa is a large landmass, very, very large landmass, and therefore as we put all these measures of what is a coastal area, definitions in our special plannings in the cities, we need new definitions that work for us. I can imagine a road 20 kilometers away from the beach, getting washed off By the same process of precipitation that comes more out of the oceans, covers of clouds and clouds pushing back into the ocean, they will not qualify for any funding, any support of a coastal defined area because they're deemed it to be 30 kilometers away from the beach. So therefore, as Africans, we also need to use the science to tell us certain things so that as we influence the instruments of investment, the instruments of infrastructure development, the instruments of supporting settlements and communities and so on, we need to see if we cannot have others reclassified. The next speaker is going to speak to us on the issues of public-private participation and how blunt those instruments are or how sharp they are and how they can be utilized to bridge the gap in expanding the resources available to cities, because cities are all under pressure because of migrations, because of sub-optimal performance of our economies. Municipalities are getting hollowed out financially and with other difficulties that they have. So they need to tap into other resources and still run the cities on behalf of citizens. So we want to see what has been happening in that environment of PPPs for financing of infrastructure.
Thank you, Commander. Good afternoon, protocol observed. My name is Thandiswa Khanko. I'm just gonna give a little bit of a background of what I was doing previously. I led a unit called Public-Private Partnership at the KZN Provincial Treasury for a period of 16 years. I've been lucky. I have been working with national, provincial, municipality, and private sector. So the issue of private sector participation in infrastructure investment is something that is next to my heart. Critically, into all these issues, private participation is collaboration, working together. That is very important. My sister, Doc, talked about transport. There is no transport interlink. Just in Durban and KZN alone, I remember in 2017, we wanted to do a rapid train. It was not a rapid train originally. We wanted an interlink of transport between Durban, Pietermaritzburg, and the regional areas, which are fortunately are coastal areas in KZN. We then recommended that probably a rapid train would be the best option. KZN Department of Transport was a co-driver working together with economic development, eThekwini, and other municipalities. But the problem in government is that we want to work in silos. It's my problem. It's my project. You want to own it. And unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. That project died. My sister talked about the waste coming from the outer part of the country, going straight to the sea, and whose responsibility is that? It's a municipality. I'll just make an example about Ungeni River. There is a big river, Msunduzi River. We've got a pipe that transport waste from Msunduzi to Durban. It's rusted. We just needed an investment of 100 and something million rand to upgrade that facility. But there is no collaboration. There is no collaboration. There is no talking between the three spheres of government. Everyone wants to do his or her own thing together. That is frustrating to private sector. You can't want to invest your money in a city, in a province, in a country where there is a lot of confusion. Okay, I'm asked to talk about PPPs. I'm not going to talk about what is a PPP. I'm sure everybody knows what is a PPP. But the main objective of any city, of any department to enter into PPP, it is to what? To leverage private sector funding, their expertise, because they can do better than we can do as government, so that we can develop, finance, and operate the infrastructure. Unfortunately, if your service is to be a public Seventh, your duty is to provide the enabling environment for the business so that we can grow the economy in the country. So why we want to collaborate, why we want to participate with them, I've already indicated that we want to increase funding for infrastructure development, improve the issues of efficiency and productivity. One clause in PPP is that you don't deliver, we don't pay. If we said you must instruct a hospital in a period of 2 years, you are not going to get a cent up until that hospital is standing and operating. So what does that do? It actually drives the private party to be efficient, to deliver so that they can get their money. You must remember that an individual doesn't have the money to fund an infrastructure that is R1 billion. They have to go to the funding institution, your commercial banks. So the commercial banks are at their back. They want their liability to be paid. So they will put pressure to the private sector to actually deliver in terms of their obligation to the project. We want to reduce the financial burden on government. It's unfortunately that in South Africa, if one would understand or have a look into our financial position as a country, we are operating in we owe so much money to the international financial institution because we don't have money. Unfortunately, the burden in terms of rendering infrastructure is increasing on a daily basis. So how are you going to fund or deliver the service delivery that is required as per your obligation or mandate as a department if you are not going to involve private sector to actually give you money? I mean, we've got social grants that we must pay, we've got schools that we must build, and then there is water and sanitation that must be delivered. How are you going to do that? Only using the fiscal resources that is available. Hence, it is very important to look and structure and look into your projects that can be self-sufficient and go to the private party, especially in areas where you know there is an appetite from private sector to actually partake into those infrastructure projects. And most projects in Africa or South Africa where you have done a proper feasibility study, you need to make sure that there is return on investment to attract the appetite of private sector investing into this private sector. I'm not going to talk about the structure of how do we structure this kind of transaction, but just a little bit, most of the structures we use in South Africa is what we call public-private partnership, which is regulated by Treasury Regulation 16 of the PFMA. If you are a public entity, you are a public department, you are a national department. And then at MFMA, which is a Municipal Finance Management 16, if you are at a municipal level. So, and then we also use concession, which are not far-fetched from PPPs, the same thing. And then you've got blended finance, which is becoming popular these days, where in terms of reducing your financial risk, government will have to contribute as part of upfront funding to the particular project that you are doing. That is what National Treasury is actually encouraging these days. Now, how do you prepare yourself in terms of this current arrangement that you want to do as government and private sector? What is important is that you need to have what we call the regulatory framework. In South Africa, you can't enter into any partnership or any participation if it's not regulated, especially if you are dealing with government. So there needs to be a proper regulated framework for the regime that we are going to follow. It is unfortunate that it is perceived by both public and the private sector that the PPP environment is very rigid in South Africa. It takes a long time to conceptualize the project with all the approval that are required at a national level. But that is to protect government. You must remember that when you are entering into this PPP, you are actually saying to the private sector, please operate at our behalf, they can monopolize, they can overuse, like we were talking about biodiversity. You can imagine if Department of Environmental Affairs won't come into play if we're talking about a PPP in an what is this? Fishing, farming. People will just take all the fishes in the sea and will be left with no fishes, and it's going to be a big problem. So regulatory a regulatory environment is very critical. The issues of risk allocation. One of the main reasons why government enter into public-private partnership or BOT or concession, whatever structure that you might be involved, is to make sure that risks are transferred to the best party who can manage those particular risks. Now, if you don't know what risks are involved in a particular project and which risks are best managed by what risks are best managed by government, unfortunately, you are going to have a problem where you structure a project, you think you have transferred the risk, but once you've signed that project, you realize that that risk actually is becoming yours. We have seen a situation in our road infrastructure in Gauteng, the e-tolling system. The issue of communication and regulatory environment was not properly done in that project, hence it's dying. For someone who's in KZN, just traveling to Richards Bay, you pay about 60-something rand, if not more, on toll gates. During peak season, you will stand in the line for 30 minutes because you have to pay a toll fee of 20 rand or 40-something rand. As a business person, 30 minutes is a lot of time. For those who are consulting, who are maybe charging 1,300 rand an hour to do your service, you have lost about 650 rand by just being on that queue. Sometimes you have to use your card to pay for that toll fee. There is a transaction fee of 12 rand per transaction. How many toll gates do you pass when you go to Richards Bay? And then multiply those 12 rand, that's more than 36 rand that we are paying. But when we've got those boom gates, it actually saves you time, it saves you money, especially on the transaction cost. But those things were not properly communicated with the public in terms of the benefit for actually engaging, because I can tell you, if you are in South Africa, there is no PPP that will pass a regulatory test if all has not been checked. Okay, I'll move on that one in terms of regulatory framework, and then the issues of risk allocation. The issues of skills transfer. I mean, there is no public institution that want to have private sector forever into their environment. You want a situation where you can be able to build capacity to your staff so that you can transfer, that they can actually be in a position to implement. I've worked in many PPPs in this country. Some have reached their exit time, but with no single skills transfer that has been transferred to public institutions. Why? One, government doesn't even know what they are implementing. Two, they don't have anyone who they can identify as a person to whom the skills transfer is going to be transferred to. So those are the problems that we're having. What is critical, therefore, for any private-public partnership to be successful is, one, the issues of transparency. Each partner needs to know what kind of transaction are we entering into. What are the rules and regulations? What are my obligations and what is your obligation? If we've got problem, how do we solve the problem? When we are exiting, what is required of us to do before we exit? I have seen many PPP projects, especially in the water and sanitation environment, because unfortunately those projects takes longer, 30 years, 20 years. By the time the private sector has to exit, already the municipality doesn't want that private sector into their environment. So what they do, they are just waiting for the termination date. And then once that is off, they don't even know what is it that needs. So it's very important that each and every partner knows what is their responsibility. When you are exiting, what is it that needs to be exited? What kind of an output is required? What are the risks that you must manage as government? And then the last issue, as the issue of political buy-in, is very critical. Many projects have died because of political buy-in. If you don't have stability in your political environment, unfortunately, no private party will want to participate in that particular transaction. So basically, that is what is critical for any success of the public-private partnership. And I can tell you, private sector is always ready, but unfortunately, government is not always ready. I can tell you, you can do an expression of interest now in any of the projects that we are talking about and see if you are not going to receive more than 20 responses from the private sector saying we do have money, we are interested in partaking into that particular project. But unfortunately, there is no confidence from the private sector in terms of whether government can actually implement those projects. Thank you so much.
Once again, the issues of maritime cities as drivers of the future of humanity. People are not fish, they don't live in waters. So programs that only seek to protect oceans all have limitations. And therefore, we need new financial models that ensure that the impact of the coastal cities on oceans and the impact of oceans on coastal cities are managed within frameworks that will benefit both sides. I will give the colleagues here a last round of commentary on the issues of how do we move forward. For this session, we wanted to place before you the problematic of coastal port cities in bringing them into the maritime spaces and how to take the maritime spaces into coastal regions so that ultimately it's a continuum of economic activity and can be accounted for in a particular way. The port and coastal cities, we didn't touch much on tourism because we wanted really to explore these new dimensions. There is a new accounting system that is emerging, what we call natural capital systems, where value is going to be attached to what exists in nature so that the richness is not only minerals, is the condition and the state and the importance, the criticality of that natural capital, that natural environment, and enters into balance sheet as an asset for that particular area. So we should be looking out for those kind of instruments. And lastly, coastal cities ought to be aware that the markets for capital raise have changed enormously around sustainability. It will not be as easy to raise money into coastal cities and infrastructures where there's no proven standards of sustainability that is compatible with what is being negotiated under SDGs or climate change negotiations. I think what we'll allow now, we'll just allow 2-3 minutes comment from each one of our colleagues, just indicating from their perspective, from the areas that they covered in the conversation, what do they want us to take out of this conversation as informing part of our way forward on ports and coastal cities. I have indicated that second quarter of next year, whether it will happen in the second quarter or announcements will be in the second quarter, but we need to bring around the African coastal nodes into a conversation so that we can have a framework for the management, the governance, and the development of the coastal cities of the continent. I will allow my colleagues in the way that they are sitting, starting from Prof that way, to give us their closing comments and the take-homes from these conversations. Thank you.
Okay, maybe you can come through. Or is it this one?
Yes, I think as a very short, one of the things is that there are systems to enable communities, and that is the port communities. Everybody in this entity that's in the port cities, the province city interface, to work together. But these things can only work together if there's respect. If there's understanding that there's not a very senior partner, and some others. So, if these planning is, if it really has to be effective, people have to acknowledge and respect each other's contribution and actually take in what they're being told and participate and collaborate. That is the only way it can be done. There's no other way. There's no magic bullet. But fundamentally, underlying everything is respect. Thank you.
Thanks, Prof.
I want to say the private sector is ready for us. As public institution, we need to get ourselves ready to take the advantage, whilst there is still little trust that is available from our counterpart in terms of fostering relationship to improve infrastructure investment in South Africa.
Oh, it's not working. Yeah, it's working. My comments are basically, again, on the way forward for port cities. So one of the things that Commander reminded me about and I wanted to talk about just quickly was the importance of marine spatial planning as well as land use zoning. So from all the studies that we've done, we found that Durban is the most advanced in terms of land use zoning and how they're actually monitoring land use zoning. They update the land uses almost, I think, every couple of years. The land uses are actually updated because these are changing consistently, and this is something that we are not finding, and it's not actually regulated in other countries like the Comoros or in Mombasa. It's coming in slowly, but then it is happening. So that is a very important way forward. Also in terms of peer-to-peer learning, is that we're not working as South Africa or as Durban on our own, but then there's a lot for other countries to learn from us, other cities to learn from us, and for us to learn from them. Hence, this is called the Africa Maritime Investment Indaba. So it's not just about Durban, but it's also very important for us to look at what is happening in other major cities within the Wayo region and Africa as a whole. And also cities and ports are also responsible for biodiversity conservation. And this is not just a them or a green problem, but this is an us problem. It's a sustainability problem. Because when we are gone, we're going to have our descendants still living in Durban, hopefully, or living on the coastal cities, in the coastal cities. So we also need to contribute towards biodiversity conservation, which is very important. I think those are my closing remarks. Thank you.
Yeah, colleagues, thank you very much. At least for today's session, I'm hoping that there are people who've been inundated with calls of people wanting to find out about this $3 trillion. And I'm hoping that just on day one, when we look at opportunities, we look at deficits, we look at market, we look at leakages, we look at development, it just gives you the enormity of the challenge, but also the enormity of the opportunity. We are a very, very big continent, the second largest continent on the planet, and the largest island, a long coastline of 30,500 kilometers, and a population of 1.4 billion, growing fast to become 2.5 billion by 2050. And therefore, the solutions that we look for a continent cannot be small solutions. All studies on infrastructure deficits for the continent are indicating nothing below $100 billion per annum required to catch up on infrastructure. Most of the 100 ports in Africa, you won't get to 5 let alone under 10, that can handle the new ships that are now plying their trades up at sea. Because of the the Red Sea crisis, the shipping sector has mobilized the biggest container vessels ever known to humanity. 25,000 containers each, 26,000 containers each. The depth they require in your port, the craneage that they require, the width that they require, the skills that they require, literally renders most ports in Africa almost ancient. And if you get bypassed by those mega carriers, it literally means that the cost of trade will go higher. They will pass your ports and pass the next one and pass the fourth and the fifth. That's why there are so many trucks in Africa. Those trucks in Africa, by and large, are not carrying trade from one corner to the other. It's bypasses by vessels that cannot enter African ports. You find that a ship will come from Europe, it will pass West Africa, drop off to the southern end of West Africa. It has to get into a truck and be taken back into Ghana, into Nigeria, into Togo and other places. The dilemma of not investing in infrastructure, of not foreseeing the future and not being adaptive is that future generations are going to pay and pay quite huge. As I round up the session for the day, I wish just to remind you across the sectors of what constitutes this ecosystem of maritime. Maybe just to justify even the issues of our focus on Durban for this session, every place we will go to with this conference, we want that place to showcase, share with us their best practice, share with us what is shareable and what should be noted by other cities. So we therefore ran this as a case study on Durban, and we had people who understand the city very, very well. I can imagine when we come to Nigeria what Lagos will say to us. I can imagine when we come to Mombasa what they will say to us. And I can imagine what will happen when you come into other cities. But this is the shared learning, the exchanges we need across the continent. I just want to run quickly across the dimensions of the conversations we've had. There are conversations we've had around infrastructure, conversations we had around industrialization and industries, we've had around services, around trade, around commodities, the actual mining of commodities in the oceans and commodity movements, the natural ecosystem issues, the domain itself as a spatial area that needs to be managed, the coastal settlement, the demographics, the human settlement. If we live this day to day, saying that our development is related to how the blue economy is organized and is wired to resolve these issues in a systematic manner, in a very programmatic manner, we are going to be able to move and transform our continent. And I'm happy to see that we all have stayed up until this hour. What's different with the work that we do, we've decided to be content heavy. We're not here as a beauty contest, we're not here to show up things. We really need to discuss and understand the issues of Africa and emerge out of this conference with a program that we can follow through on that program. As the AOC, we will make sure that all the issues that we discussed will be in the report with actions that are proposed, and on top of that with analysis that we might be providing over all of that. This then brings us to the end of our session for the day. Just look out for the program tomorrow. It's going to be just as intense, but the first day, it really was quite intense. I am told that for the evening, for having taken you through the punishment of such an intensive day, that you'll be rewarded this evening with an opportunity for dance and play, and that ties are allowed to be off, and then high shoes are also allowed to be taken off, so that we can start seeing the other side to the maritime community as to how they are performing on stage. Maybe we can play Jerusalem, we can do whatever you want to do. The most talented will have us hidden at the back, but I'm hoping that we'll have a wonderful evening as we are all invited to the gala dinner as per the announcement that we made. I'm not sure if the program director here has any more information outside of what I'm announcing. As for tomorrow, we are requesting that we start on time so that we have a session that we did not build into the program, which is just validating the outcomes. You spend money to be here, you spend time, you spend energy. You don't want to go to a place for speeches. You want to go to a place that advances the cause of either your company, your enterprise, your economy, or even your own personal well-being. And therefore, we are requesting that we're going to squeeze the program so that at the end, towards the end, we just go for a session on actionable items that come out of this with a commitment that when we meet next year again, we've got tangible programs that will now be en route to be implemented. As for the colleagues, we decided today not to open the deal rooms. We wanted to have conversation and not have colleagues disappearing. There are colleagues who are here with significant projects that require attention. So we will find a way of socializing you with what is in the room, what your own colleagues are looking for, what your own colleagues are working on, and where you yourself, from wherever you are in the corner of Africa, could say, I wish to have some play in this type of a project. So it won't be all of them, there's quite a lot of them, but by way of seeking facilitation and by way of seeking to secure the investment. Like I said last night, never have I personally seen an inaugural conference that even before it starts its work, people just came in and said, there's a deficit in investments. There's a deficit in available technologies. We've been working on things, it's difficult to realize them. And here they are, let's share them as a community and see how we can help each other to unlock those opportunities. With these and other words, I wish you a restful afternoon and a danceful evening, but let's not overindulge so that tomorrow morning you are fresh, you are awake, and we complete the business of the day. Unless Program Director got something else for me, as for me, thank you very much. I'm also going to take off my jacket, but don't look for me on the dance stage. Thank you.